Now he regretted not going to the dining hall for breakfast. He would visit the castle tomorrow to see his father and Allabel, and hopefully gain enough distance from the academy to find himself again before he returned and learned what group he was in. There was still one day left to prove himself, and he would push himself to try his hardest. As expected, Penny issued a written test when they returned from lunch. On it were easy questions like, why does red represent bestial energy and green represent Sartius energy? What was the catalyst to the war? Who is the current king, and how was he appointed? Basin supposed the history questions were intended to ensure that the students weren't fools who knew nothing but how to cast fireballs, for that would reflect poorly on the school. But the final question seemed a little too easy. What color is bestial energy? The first question already confirmed what he thought he knew. It was red. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized there must be some sort of trick to the answer. He tried to think back to his lessons at Tenred's castle, but he couldn't recall anything about the color of the energy. It was clear when he gathered it, but then why did red represent it? Perhaps because clear wasn't easily seen and the energy was hot, so red would make sense? That's what he answered for the first question, so he hoped it was right. He didn't know its true color, and hoped Penny hadn't gone over it while he'd been distracted by his thoughts. He wrote, red. When everyone was finished, Penny collected their parchments and quills, then brought their group to the training area adjacent to the classroom. Basin's eyes were drawn to the wood sticking out of the center training dummy, the ribbon at the apex taunting him. No mage had burned it without destroying the wood. He hadn't made any attempts, and still had no thoughts as to how it could be done. They gathered around Penny. The young teacher wore a proud smile. "You've all done well," but her smile faded with her next breath. "Keep that in mind during this final test, which tends to make students feel more incompetent than they actually are. For the first years who don't know what's about to happen, let me explain. All of you are about to be given an opportunity to change your final score by showing me how much you've improved at what you're least skilled at. You'll go one at a time. Does anyone wish to go first?" No one raised a hand. "Then I'll have to choose at random." Penny glanced at her scroll. "Effie." "Pig shit, that was random," Effie muttered to Basin. "What was that?" "I'd be happy to go first, Mage Penny. What would you like me to do?" "I'd like you to make a Sartius wall." This confirmed what Basin already had guessed. If her worst skill was casting one of the most difficult spells, one that no other student in their evaluation group could do, then Effie already had proven herself good enough for Group 1. She pressed her lips together, and a fine dust of Sartius energy swirled around the tip of her wand as she collected it from the air and ground. It darkened as she continued to pull it together, looking like a green snowball. More Essie was needed for this one spell than a wand could hold. But she worked quickly to gather it. For all Basin knew, Effie could have been using an empty wand all this time. Having Sartius pellets didn't matter much to a mage who'd become strong enough to gather it from the air. It came together and began to take shape. A green square as thin as paper floating in front of her wand. "Faster," Penny said. Effie's face tightened, but the speed at which the energy hardened didn't change. She huffed and eventually made a floating block dense enough so that it no longer was translucent. The square was only a few inches thick and had a diameter the length of her forearm, but it was an impressive sight nonetheless to anyone who knew anything about the difficulty of gathering SE. "Hold it steady as long as you can." Penny walked to it and tapped it with her wand. A clink sounded, as if it were metal. Effie's arm shook. She bit down on her lip. Then she let out her breath, and the floating block of energy crashed onto the sand. "Good," Penny said. "Now, break it apart." Effie waved her wand, and the block turned to dust, demonstrating how much easier it was to destroy than create, a sad truth everyone, not just mages, learned at an early age. Who would like to go next? Basin was too curious about his weakest skill to wait any longer and raised his hand. Whatever it was, he looked forward to the challenge. All right, Basin. I want you to meditate. Panic seized his heart. What? Meditate. She moved closer. Go ahead. There must be something more difficult you'd have me do, he tried. No, I just want you to meditate. Many seemed confused as they whispered to each other. Others were audibly annoyed he'd get something so easy. Shit. What did Nick tell me about meditation? It was like breathing, but with energy. It went into his body and out, but without his mind working to pull it in and push it out. Penny held her hand on his back. Begin. He mimicked what he figured meditation would feel like to Penny. He pulled in a low amount of bestial energy, trying to draw it into his chest evenly from the air around him. He held it there for a breath, then pushed it out. He glanced at Penny for a clue as to how he was doing, but she had her eyes closed, with her head down. He continued drawing in the energy and pushing it out. Though it was like trying to draw perfectly straight lines, there were times when he pulled the energy quicker than he meant, or pushed it out with too much force. He hoped normal meditation was similar. Penny soon stopped him. Basin, do you know how to meditate? His heart sank. Not exactly. It's not something taught to 10 red mages. The sounds of surprise from his classmates only worsened his embarrassment. Penny shook her head as she made marks on her scroll. There goes my chance at Group 1. He moved to the back where he didn't have to deal with people staring at him. Effie came to join him. I can't believe you've kept up with me without being able to meditate. If only that mattered to my overall rating. Which group will they put me in now? Effie rubbed her neck underneath her wavy dark hair. Certainly not Group 1, but I don't know besides that. You've done well at everything, but everyone knows how to meditate, so I don't know how they'll score that. How did you do on the written test? That depends. What color is bestial energy? What did you write? Red? That's all you wrote? Yes. She giggled and shook her head. Penny is not going to like that. Didn't you hear her this morning? She told us that no matter what, don't write only one sentence for the last question, and especially not one word. God's mercy. I'm going to be put in Group 10 with the mages who can barely cast anything. So what color is bestial energy? It can be red when it's at its hottest and most concentrated, which is why we use red to represent the color. But no average mage could gather enough bestial energy to see it as red. It's clear, normally, then it becomes white the hotter and more concentrated it gets. Eventually it darkens to red. They watched the others as Penny asked everyone to do something different. Cast the largest fireball possible, aim from 20 yards away, shoot 3 fireballs in quick succession, gather bestial energy, and hold it steady at a safe distance. You haven't tried to burn the ribbon yet, Effie said. How are you planning to do it? Basin chuckled bitterly. Do you mean how am I planning to fail? Like everyone else, with a fireball. She pinched his side hard, even twisting his flesh maliciously. Ow! He didn't mean to be so loud. Turning the heads of nearly the entire class, he apologized as his cheeks became hot, then waited for them to turn back around. Effie, what in God's world was that for? Do you want to be in Group 10? He didn't answer her rhetorical question, eyeing her fingers warily. Don't you want to be in Group 1 with me? Not if you're going to pinch me. She slapped him, sending his face to the side. What the bestial hell, Effie? He groused, holding a hand to his stinging cheek. Damn! How many men have you slapped? There was a lot of practice behind that. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Enough with the jokes. Are you ready to be serious? Yes. She let go of him. I just realized you finally used a Cairo expression. Bestial hell. You're learning to adapt. The next step to being more like the rest of us at the Academy is to take advantage of your talents and think differently. Everyone here uses whatever they can to be noticed by their instructors. Now, I might have an idea for a spell you can use. I know that you're not as knowledgeable as I am about what spells there are, and you're not as experienced at casting, and your skill with Sarsha's energy is still at a beginner level, and your meditation, God's mercy, can you get to the butt? But you are absolutely exceptional at what, Basin? Manipulating bestial energy. So what spell can you cast that will destroy the ribbon and not the wood? Why don't you just tell me? Because if it works, you don't want it to be because I told you what to cast. Penny might even have a rule against it for all I know. He supposed that was true. Think about what we were just talking about with the color of bestial energy, she said as she patted his back. Then she walked away with a smug look on her face. As everyone finished the final challenge, Basin contemplated what he could do that no one else had tried. What did she mean about the color of bestial energy? Eventually the day came to an end, and Penny gave those who hadn't yet broken the wood one last chance. Effie glanced at him expectantly. May I go first? He asked Penny. She gestured at the sticks lining the sand 10 yards from the dummy. He took his place. There were others who could cast fireballs almost as large as he could, and they'd nearly burned the ribbon by shooting the dummy in the chest and hoping for fragments of the fireball to reach the ribbon. All of them had caught the wood on fire instead, and it burned and broke apart before the ribbon was destroyed. Basin needed something involving less chance. Whatever his spell was, it had to be just hot enough to burn the ribbon and not the wood. He came to the grave realization that fire would not do. He noticed Penny was more involved with making marks on her scroll than paying attention. He cleared his throat, and she looked up. Yes, go ahead. But she returned her attention to her scroll. Perhaps this was a good thing, for she might otherwise yell for him to stop if she noticed what he was planning before he finished casting. Glancing behind him, Basin found the rest of the class waiting with an excited twinkle in their eyes. He was glad to know he still had their faith, even if his instructor had given up on him. He'd never cast a spell like this, out of fear of being burned by the massive amount of BE, but there were many things he'd never done since coming here, and he wasn't about to stop taking risks now. The first phase of the spell involved gathering BE, just as he would when casting a fireball. He completed it in the span of a breath. Holding the energy an arm's length from the end of his wand felt like holding a heavy rock awkwardly, as if leaning forward with his arms outstretched. But he endured the pain as he began the next phase. Power. His spell needed far more hot bestial energy, enough to give the spell 5 times the intensity of a fireball. But the more he gathered, the more difficult it was to hold. Like sucking in a breath of air before a deep dive, Basin pulled all the BE he could reach to a single point. The center of the cluster of energy, where he packed it together tightly. A ball the size of his thumbnail burned pure white, the heat ravaging his knuckles as it distorted the image of the dummies behind it. The energy fought against Basin, making him feel as if he were trying to contain an angry giant. He forced it straight ahead at the ribbon. There was no controlling the speed of bestial energy. Whether pulling it in or directing it outward, BE always wanted to move faster than an arrow. This was what made it so hard to hold and aim. and so dangerous to control when enough of it had gathered to burn flesh from bone, as was the case now. Penny screamed Bason's name as the energy shot forward in a beam so white that it seemed to reflect the beige sand beneath it and the blue sky above it. There was a flash as it struck the ribbon, then a quick sizzling sound. The light was gone in an instant, leaving a black circle in the middle of the ribbon. Flames jumped up, spreading and growing with each gasp of those watching. But then the wood caught fire. Bason panicked as a race began, the ribbon falling to ash or the wood breaking in half. Most of the ribbon was consumed already, but the fire took new life with the wood feeding it. Fortunately, this only caused the ribbon to burn faster. Bason grew a smile as the last of it came off, the wood breaking and collapsing soon after. He had done it. Group 1. He was about to throw his fist in the air, but then he saw Penny's face. She looked scared and mad at the same time, but dumbfounded as well, as if she'd just watched a child jump from the roof of a house to land safely in a barrel of water. There was no applause, only murmurs of nervousness as everyone waited for Penny to react. "I told you to warn me next time you were going to do anything dangerous." "You would have stopped me had I said anything." "I didn't think it was dangerous because I had it under complete control." "You might have thought you did, but your hold could have slipped when the energy was at its hottest. The beam could have struck someone in the eye and permanently blinded them. There's a reason that a student's regard for safety is just as important in deciding his group as his other talents." She made a sweeping gesture at the rest of the students. "You might very well do more damage than good if given the freedom to cast what you want." Now he was certain she wouldn't have let him cast if he'd asked for permission, but he knew when to say nothing. She wouldn't believe that he had the control for an advanced spell like that, no matter how he tried to word it. He lowered his head. "I'm sorry." "Evaluation week is over," she announced. "Go to the dining hall for supper." She started to stomp off. "Isn't Bason going to be put in Group 1 for destroying the ribbon?" Effie called after her. "No," Penny muttered without looking back. As Bason stood unable to move, the rest of the class walked by him. Many offered condolences and compliments about his spell, some squeezing his shoulder or patting his back. Soon it was just him and Effie. "Was that at least the spell you had in mind?" he asked. "It was the exact spell. Now I'm even more thankful I let you come to it yourself, or I would feel guilty for what just happened. Penny can be unreasonable in her regard for safety. I know you had enough control not to put anyone in danger." He put his arm around her. "Just hearing that Effie Elligan has confidence in me means more than getting into Group 1. He was surprised to see her look down and blush at what he'd meant as a friendly gesture. He quickly removed his arm from her shoulders. Chapter 17. After dinner, the realization that evaluation week was over finally settled in. Bason could only hope Penny would put him in a group that would challenge him enough to grow. There was time left in the evening before sunset. He got the idea to train his portal spell. He still wasn't sure it was in fact a portal, but it seemed to resemble one closely enough for him to think of nothing else. Or perhaps it was just the excitement of it possibly being a portal that kept it fixed as that in his mind. The idea of seeing his clothed and fed father tomorrow comforted him as he came back to his empty campus house, and the prospect of seeing Alabel, too, led him to retire early so he could set out around dawn. He owed her more thanks than he could give, but it wasn't his desire to thank her that caused his body to thrum with excitement. It was unlike him to remember a woman's eyes in vivid detail, but he'd spent enough time losing himself in Alabel's when he'd shared a meal with her in Oakshin for them to remain in his memory. They were deep brown and as gentle and caring as a mother holding her baby for the first time. With a mouth made to smile and auburn hair that reminded Basin of sun-scorched clouds during a sunset, Allabelle's beauty was a mirror of her kind heart. Basin could stand the quiet of his room for only a moment before he drew his wand and gathered bestial energy at the tip of it. As he failed to make a portal, he remembered it could only be done in Nick's room for reasons he had yet to understand. He braced himself with a slow breath, then made his way down the hall. He kept Nick's door closed. He always had the irrational fear that something unsightly would be behind it when he opened it. Of course, there was nothing but a clean, made bed, an empty wardrobe and dresser, and a bare desk. Nick's family had come by for his belongings, thankfully, while Basin was in class. He stood in the center of Nick's room and pointed his wand. He was about to cast when his instinct stopped him with such intensity it was as if he were nearing the edge of a cliff. Why? What's so dangerous about casting in Nick's room? Then he remembered he'd made portals for the first time the night Nick was killed. And I haven't made any since. Chills coursed up and down his entire body, raising the hairs on his arms and neck. Was Nick killed because someone thought he was the one making portals? A knock at the front door scared him so much he jumped up off the floor. He gathered himself, putting a hand against his rushing heart, and went to answer the door. He was delighted to find Sonya there. She was in the midst of a joyful twirl as he opened the door, clearly in high spirits. He muttered to interrupt her, but she went on dancing with an imaginary partner. I'm going to be in Group 1 of the Warriors, she said, then hummed a song as she swayed back and forth, her hands resting on no one's shoulder and hip. Congratulations. She grabbed Basin's hand at the end of her reach and then spun toward him gracefully. Entangled in his arms, she gave him a peck on the nose and then spun out. It made him chuckle. If I hadn't done well enough for Group 1, they would have forced me to leave the academy. She tried to continue dancing, now with Basin, but he dropped her hand, as he was not in the right mood after what he might have discovered about Nick. Because you're a woman? Because I'm a woman. Well, that isn't fair. No, it isn't. She danced on without him, her hands back on her imaginary partner. It's all right, though. There are so many prestigious jobs for women that men aren't allowed to have, so it's even. He laughed at her sarcasm. Does this mean women are now allowed to join as warriors? We'll have to wait until next year to see. She culminated her dance with a jumping spin, then fell into a graceful bow. Basin applauded meagerly. How did you rank? She asked. I don't know yet, but it's not going to be well. In response to the thin wrinkles of concern across her forehead, he went on to tell her what had happened earlier that day. I'm sorry. She opened her palm. Would you like to dance your sorrow away? I would find it hard to believe that's ever worked for anyone. Then replace dance with drink. I've come to invite you to a celebration at Cleve's house. He and Alex told me to get you. Basin took that to mean that Effie told them to tell Sonya to get him. He offered the crook of his arm, but Sonya gouged it with her nails. Ow! Why do women keep hurting me today? I'm a warrior, she said in a strained, low voice in imitation of a man. I can't be seen holding a male mage's arm like some dainty woman. Her eyebrows arched. Who else hurt you? Never mind that. Let's go to this celebration and see if I can go the rest of the night without being slapped or pinched. She laughed as they walked. I see you still haven't learned that all you need to do is look a woman in the eye and listen. That face of yours will do the rest. He put her words to test, staring deeply into her bright eyes. They were green yet speckled with gray, as youthful as they were beautiful. She stopped as she stared back. Then she slapped him. He grabbed his cheek, feeling the warmth of his blood rushing to it. "Bestial hell!" "Not your friend Sonia, you pig." She grabbed his face, pressing her lips against his for a single kiss. Then she snickered as she started walking again. He was too dumbfounded to move. "Come on," she beckoned. "You are a confusing woman." "I know." He caught up and decided to keep an extra step of distance between them from then on. The taste of her kiss lingered, but not as heavily as the pain of her slap. "Do you ever miss sword fighting?" Sonia asked evenly, as if they'd carried on a normal conversation up until then. Not particularly. A wand had always felt more comfortable in his hands. "I think that's because you were the best one at the castle. There wasn't enough challenge for you, but that wouldn't be the case here. You could speak to Terran about switching classes. Now I know what your behavior is really about. You're still upset that you never beat me, aren't you?" "Yes, when are we going to duel?" He chuckled. She shook his shoulder. "Let's do it tomorrow. There are no classes." "I can't tomorrow." Her pouty lips formed a frown. "Then promise me we'll duel soon." "I promise." They arrived at their destination to find the house filled by students with drinks in their hands and grins on their faces. Alex was the first man Basin recognized. With his stature and sheer black hair, Alex easily could appear as intimidating as Cleve if it wasn't for his demeanor. Every time Basin saw him, he appeared casual and friendly, his shoulders relaxed. "Sonia," Alex pointed at her with his glass. "Well done today. I see we're going to be dueling more throughout the year, being in the same group. But don't expect to win again. And Basin," he squeezed his shoulder. "Effie told me what happened with Penny. I'm sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, it's common to find that your instructor can determine your future." "It's all right. She's not a bad instructor. She just doesn't trust me to control my energy." Not wanting any other reminders that he would be stuck in a low group, he excused himself to fetch a drink. It had been many months since he'd had ale, so he promised himself he wouldn't indulge too much. He found Effie at the table, reaching for a jug containing dark liquor Basin assumed to be Sackle, a strong drink. "Let me." He got his hands around the container just before she did. "Thank you." She held up her glass. She looked different here in the dimly lit house that she shared with Cleve, Rila, and Stefan, who Basin had yet to meet. She didn't seem to take her usual stance of owning the ground she stood upon. Or maybe the difference in her appearance was just a consequence of her change of hairstyle. She'd braided her long locks since he'd last seen her at the dining hall. "I assume you told Alex to tell Sonia to invite me?" Basin said as he finished pouring. She looked confused. "Oh, I guess not," he said. "Wait." She held up her hand as if struck by an important thought. "I did." Her voice sounded somewhat sharper, younger, and the dim light seemed to give her eyes an innocence he wasn't accustomed to seeing. "You seem different," he said. "You're imagining things. Are you glad I invited you?" Yes. Thank you." "How glad?" She glided her hand down his arm. What in God's world is she doing? Her seductive eyes made it clear this was not a joke. Not that it would be funny anyway. "Effie, I didn't mean anything by putting my arm around you earlier, except to show that I consider you a friend." A smile spread across her face. "Oh, you put—" She laughed, then cleared her throat. "Do you not find me attractive?" "Of course you're attractive. It's not that." "So you do find me attractive?" Something was wrong. Effie was behaving not at all like her normal self. Basin tried to think of an excuse to get out of this uncomfortable conversation. A young man of average height came to Effie's side. "There's enough people here," he said. "I think now would be a good time." She shooed him away. Yes, go do it. But the man's gaze fell upon Basin, and he tilted his head, curiously. Are you Basin Hiller? Pleasure to meet you. Stefan DeRoby. So this was the fourth roommate of this house. Well, the fifth including Anna, who Basin had momentarily forgotten about and had yet to see tonight. Stefan seemed like a smart and tidy chemist, with his shirt tucked into his pants and brown eyes that exuded intelligence. I've heard a lot about you, Basin told him. I'm sure it couldn't possibly be as much as I've heard about you. I wouldn't doubt that. Stefan, let me talk with Basin, Effie broke in. He put his hand on her back. I see you've already met Gabby, he told Basin. Gabby? Who the hell is Gabby? Bestial hell, Stefan, she balled her fists. He thought I was Effie, and there was so much more I wanted to say. God's mercy. Basin laughed out of shock. You must be her sister. She nodded reluctantly. I can see the desire to cause trouble runs in your bloodline, he commented. You really think they look that similar? Stefan asked, examining Gabby's face. In this dim light, and having never met Gabby, yes. But I won't make the same mistake again. Their differences were clear to him now. You're younger, aren't you? By 2.5 years, Gabby answered. I'll be a first-year chemist next year. So she must have gotten permission to visit the academy for this celebration. It surprised him when she turned to Stefan and kissed his lips. Is Anna here? Basin asked Stefan after schooling his startled face into a neutral expression. I believe she's in her room. Do you wish to speak with her? Stefan's tone was as if Basin was a fool to want such a thing. You should stay here with us for a moment. I have many questions about your exile and your family. Stefan certainly was direct. As Basin tried to think of an excuse, Gabby took the chemist's hand. We should prepare the potion. It'll take some time. She glanced over at Basin. It's a surprise, don't ask. She had a rascally smile. I wouldn't dare ruin a surprise. Excuse me. As Basin walked toward the bedrooms, he heard Stefan complain to Gabby that she'd scared off their guest. The third door Basin knocked on produced an answer. Is that you, Basin? Anna's voice asked. Yes. Come in. She was on her bed, sitting up and setting down a book as he entered. A lamp burned on the small table beside her. Close the door. He did. Psyche told you it was me? Yes. When I stand next to someone long enough, I can recognize the patterns of their energy. That's discomforting. What about being able to tell what I feel? Yes, you pity something. Most likely me. She put her hands on her hips. If that's how you feel, then why don't you let me live with you? I don't like that you're able to read my emotions. That's what my face is for. I can stop myself around you. Can you? I can. She jumped off the bed. I can also tell you how I'm feeling at all times to show you I can be trusted. Right now, I'm feeling excited at the idea of I'm going to have to ask you not to do that, either. She curled in her lips and nodded. He gestured at the door behind him. It's really that awful for you here? I can't see these people treating you harshly. They've been kind to me, and I'm the nephew of Tegri Hiller. Your experience would be different if you were a skilled psychic. How so? Because they would know you could read their emotions. It would force them to be direct all the time, as they are with me. It reminded him of his brief conversation with Stefan. Basin began to see how enduring that every day could weigh heavily on his mind. But he didn't quite believe they really suspected him of being a traitor or a murderer as much as they suspected her. They couldn't be such good actors. You're going to have to ask Taryn before you take Nick's room, Basin said. "If he put you in this house, I'm not sure he'll want you anywhere else." She ran up and hugged him. "I'll talk to him tomorrow, but will you come with me so he can see I'm not making it up?" "I have to leave early for the capital. If it's necessary when I come back, I can speak with him then." "Thank you, Basin. You won't regret living with me." "I hope not." He started to leave. "Wait, why did you change your mind?" He stopped. "I came to realize how stifling it can be, not to be trusted." She slid her arms around his waist again. "Thank you." He noticed glowing lines reflected in the window, caused by light flooding around the edges of the door behind him. The clamor of the celebration suddenly quieted. Basin turned to find the light brightening, as if a rising sun hovered right outside the room. "What is that?" he asked. "I haven't a clue." The cream-colored light blazed in his eyes as he opened the door. Some people were laughing and cheering, as if watching a performance. Anna followed him to the large common area at the front of the house, where they soon found the source. At the very center of the gathering was a glowing pillar the size and height of a man. It was too bright to stare at directly, forcing Basin to look away, as he instead watched the surprised expressions of everyone else also shielding their eyes. "Damn it, Stefan!" Effie yelled, just a few steps from Basin and Anna. So this was the chemist's doing. But how? The light dimmed enough for Basin to see that the source was actually Stefan. This must have been the potion he and Gabby had discussed, some sort of substance that made him glow too brightly for human eyes. Soon he heard Effie's sister cackling without control or care. Others joined in with their own laughter, applauding as well. "Chemists," Basin heard Effie mutter to Alex. Basin had been at the celebration for an hour by then. He'd spent half of his time with Effie and Alex, and the other half indulging Stefan's curiosities about the Hiller family's contemptible history. While Stefan seemed to already know everything about Basin, it all seemed new to Gabby as she listened raptly with an open mouth, or, more likely, she was just too drunk to realize she was staring. Anna stayed out of her room for a while, but every time Basin saw her approach someone for a conversation, she was alone again moments later. Was he a fool for trusting her? No. He wasn't about to take back his offer, so he might as well get those thoughts out of his mind. "Let me ask Basin something, Stefan," Gabby called out. "You've been talking without pause for too long. Take a breath." Stefan inhaled deeply, as if desperate for air. She laughed and squeezed his arm, then excitedly turned to Basin. "Many people in Cairo believe the late king, Welson Kimard, was responsible for the death of your mother and father." "They're not dead," Basin interrupted. Gabby and Stefan shared a puzzled look. He pointed at her. "You were the one who told me that." She put her finger on her chin. "Where did I hear it? Oh, yes. Oakshon's Chamber Hall. Many believe it. I suppose it would be foolish to ask if you're certain?" Gabby asked with a light laugh. "I'm certain, at least about my father. And my mother was still alive the last time I saw her, less than a year ago." "How could information be this wrong?" Gabby wondered aloud. "Many people believe your uncle had a child with your mother." "Yes, this is true. Lexan died before I was born." "Many also believe the death of that young man at Welson's order was the final excuse for war," Gabby said. "That's likely to be true." "I don't understand how the rest isn't." "Perhaps you're confusing which of Tegri's brothers we're talking about." "There's more than one?" "There were 3 Hiller men, Tegri, Henry, and William." "William!" Gabby smacked Stefan in the stomach in excitement. "I hadn't heard of a William." "He and his wife died before I was born." They must be the ones who were poisoned by our late king. They weren't poisoned, though, Basin corrected her. Yet part of him wanted to just let her believe whatever she already did, so he could put an end to this conversation. They died of the same illness. How can that be? Gabby asked. The rumor about Welson killing Tegri's true son is linked to the rumors about Tegri's brother and his brother's wife being poisoned. My father told me what I told you. They died of an illness. It's the truth. That's strange, Stefan commented. I wonder how the truth changed to a rumor of poisoning. You might want to ask your father. Basin didn't think much of that suggestion. I might. Could you confirm how many Hillers there were when Tegri was king? Stefan asked. Basin held back a sigh. Tegri, his wife, their 2 daughters. And are they still alive? Stefan interrupted. His 2 daughters? Yes, but I don't know where they are now. You know of the rest of the Hillers. Tegri's dead son with my mother, my father, me, and William and his wife. Now may I ask a question? Of course, Gabby answered quickly as Stefan opened his mouth. Why treat Anna like she's an enemy, Stefan? He looked confused as to why Basin would ask. Because Rila said Anna lied about her loyalty, and Rila's never wrong. But Rila later confirmed Anna was telling the truth when questioned again. Stefan pointed a finger. Until I understand how that happened, I can't trust her. Basin sighed and realized he hadn't seen Sonya in a while. She didn't seem to be at the gathering any longer. She could have at least said goodbye. You haven't told me about your mother, Stefan said. Now that I know she's alive, I'm curious to find out where she is now. Stefan was certainly an inquisitive young man, but he didn't seem to realize his incisive questions were grinding down Basin's patience. I don't know. Yet this answer might provoke more questions, so Basin held his tongue and thought about what to say. Fortunately, Gabby had more awareness than the chemist. Stefan, she took his hand, I think Basin has shared as much as he wants to for now. Oh, I'm sorry, Stefan said. I'm often told I'm insensitive, yet it's always unintended. It's all right. Basin clasped Stefan's shoulder to show he took no offense, then excused himself. As he stepped outside, he quickly heard what he knew to be a belligerent drunk giving a rant. Whoever the man was seemed to be trying to get someone to fight him, but the other man wouldn't reply. Basin had experienced this enough times at the workhouse to recognize it, men spending their hard-earned coin to fill their stomachs with cheap ale, then taking their deep anger out on those who'd bought water and bread. He quickly made his way toward the altercation around the other side of the house. I'm not going to fight you, Peter. At the sound of Sonya's voice, Basin hurried. He came around to find a man about Cleve's size trying to shove a wooden sword into Sonya's hands. She kept them at her sides, letting him push the training sword against her stomach. Take it and fight me. Sonya turned and noticed Basin, but Peter was too focused on Sonya to see anyone else. He pushed the sword into her hard enough to force her back a step. The weapon dropped to the dirt. Pick it up. You're drunk. It's dark, and neither of us is wearing a protective tunic. He jabbed a second training sword at her. You think, just because you got lucky today, that you deserve to be in Group 1? He jabbed her shoulder with the tip of his weapon. Pick it up, bitch. Basin put himself between them. She isn't going to fight you, no matter how much you beg. Peter bumped his chest against Basin's and looked down at him, their faces nearly touching. The giant's nose was at the top of Basin's head. You're no better than a woman, male mage. Leave, before I hurt you. Gladly, and Sonya's coming with me. Basin walked to her and didn't stop as he put his hand on her back and brought her with him. He heard Peter pick up the extra sword and stomp after them. "I'll fight both you bitches. No rules. You can't beat me in a normal fight." They kept walking, ignoring him, but Peter rushed to put himself in front of them. He threw the extra sword at Sonya. She curled in her arm to keep it from striking her in the chest, although it still must have hurt as it bounced off her shoulder. Not that she showed it. "Pick it up and fight." Basin gave reasoning one last chance. "No one is going to fight you," he said as he held both palms up. "It's pointless. Go home and sleep." "He's right, Peter," Sonya said. "Give it up for everyone's sake." Peter tossed his weapon onto the ground between them. It landed next to the other one. "If you won't pick it up, then we'll fist fight. I'm going to show you that you don't deserve to be a warrior." He took one threatening step toward Sonya before Basin jumped forward. "Stop!" he tried. "Go sleep it off." But judging by Peter's expression, all that did was fuel his rage. Peter swung at him, but Basin jumped back. There was no moment of pause as Peter lunged at him. Basin retreated in a circle, trying to talk Peter out of his aggression, to no avail. For a drunk man, Peter was well balanced and quick. Basin ducked under a punch that surely would have knocked him unconscious. Sonya jumped on Peter's back, but he grabbed her and threw her off as if she were a child. "If you're both going to fight me..." Peter looked around and went for the two wooden swords. Basin ran forward and got his hand on one just as Peter grabbed the other. Peter grunted as he swung the sword up from the ground, but Basin jumped back in time. Peter ran after him, yelling as he brought the sword up over his head. Basin guided the powerful slash into the dirt, but he didn't expect Peter to follow with the fist of his other hand. It crunched against Basin's cheek, sending him stumbling backward as the world around him wobbled. Basin realized then that Peter would kill him if given the opportunity. He was at a terrible disadvantage, for he had no intention of hurting Peter in return. Luckily there was Sonya, who came from the side, barreling toward Peter. But he lowered his shoulder and returned the force twofold. She let out a sharp inhale as she flew back the way she'd come. Unfazed, Peter sprinted at Basin, picking up speed while Basin held his ground firmly. He deflected Peter's swing and hopped to the side to avoid his charging shoulder. Basin swiped the back of Peter's leg as he rushed by, but the drunken fool didn't even seem to feel it, turning and swinging his sword from side to side, desperately trying to get past Basin's defenses. His training came back to mind as he moved to avoid every attack, using his own weapon as a shield. Never had he fought someone this skilled or strong, however, and he couldn't find an opportunity to counter. Sonya came at Peter again, this time from behind. He turned and slashed at her to force her away, then turned his focus back before Basin could respond. Peter grunted as often as he took a breath, sounding like a wild animal. Basin finally failed to deflect a blow and took the wooden sword against the meat of his arm. Pain and numbness mixed together, then quickly spread along his muscles. Peter, no doubt thinking this was his opportunity, went for a leaping strike down onto Basin's head. Basin barely managed to get his sword up in time. He drove Peter's weapon down to the dirt, then swung his back up to strike Peter squarely in the chin. The massive man reeled backward and grabbed at his face. As he took his hand away, blood glistened in the moonlight. Sonya jumped on Peter's back once more, reaching around him to grab his sword with both her hands, but he easily threw her off him. Then he tried to strike her on the ground. Fortunately, she was quick enough to roll out of the way. Basin was right there to prevent Peter from swinging at her again. "God's mercy, just stop!" Basin yelled. Suddenly, Peter screamed and collapsed. He coiled into a ball on the ground as deep cries of agony tore out of his throat. Then Anna appeared. She walked closer until she stood over him, her arms stretched out as her psychic spell continued. "Cease your fighting," she demanded, then let her arm drop, "or I'll do it again." Peter rolled onto his back, looking as exhausted as if he'd forgone sleep for a night, but somehow he still gripped his sword. "Are you going to go home?" Anna asked, reaching down and prying the weapon out of his hand. "Or would you like to feel that again?" His shallow breaths made it difficult for him to speak. "You're all traitors to the Academy. We would be better off without the three of you." Anna came to take the sword from Basin's hand next. She tossed both of them some distance away. "Go get your weapons and go home," she told Peter. He staggered to his feet, walked over to collect his weapons, and showed a look of utter hatred over his shoulder before he continued onward and disappeared into the night. "Anna," Sonia squinted and elongated her mouth in a pained look. "Thank you. Your help is undeserved." "I was helping Basin, not you." Anna didn't wait for a reply, but simply turned on her heels and left. Sonia gave a long sigh. "I assume Anna wasn't happy with you when she was forced to move?" he asked. "Whatever you're imagining as her reaction, make it last twice as long, and add screaming and crying." They walked toward their campus houses. Basin prodded his cheek where he'd been punched, and was surprised to find how sore it was. "The bastard fights well, even while drunk," he said. Sonia took his chin. "Let me see." She chuckled for some reason. "That's going to bruise. Add a punch like that one to the eye, and you'll look like I did after the first day of duels." "God's mercy. I'm going to get some looks as I walk through the Capitol tomorrow." "I heard you say bestial hell earlier. Now it's God's mercy again?" "I'm trying to do everything I can to blend in more, but it's hard to keep up. Have you found it easy to give up Tenred sayings?" "Yes, after enough practice. Bestial hell, my bestial stars, my bestial stars. Just repeat them enough times." "There's no point. Everyone already knows me by now, even that warrior who I'd never met." She nodded sadly, then surprised him by linking arms with him. He decided not to mention that she'd gouged him with her nails just a couple hours earlier when he'd offered to walk with her in the same way. "But you should stop using those phrases anyway," she said. "It irks me when I hear about the gods." "I didn't know you felt so strongly about them." "Don't tell me you believe they exist." "I wouldn't say I believe, but it does seem plausible that there is a stronger force than us out there." Another thought came. "And bestial hell isn't any better, as if there's some sort of hell made out of bestial energy?" She smirked, but didn't speak. "What?" "Promise you won't make fun of me." "That's a hard thing for someone like me to promise." "Then you don't get to hear." He sighed. "I promise." "Some people think there is an afterlife. A part of our world made of bestial energy, where the dead rest close to those they love." "And you agree?" "I do." They walked in silence as Basin concentrated on the touch of her hand, rather than on the questions running around his mind about this belief of hers. As hard as he tried, there was one question he couldn't ignore. If this afterlife existed, what would the dead do? "I think they do nothing. Their spirits just fade away over time, ceasing to exist." "That's a sad thought." "It is, but it also gives more meaning to our life. We need to take advantage of every opportunity we're given, because we only have one life to live." They came to the door of her house. Sonia gazed out from the top of her eyes. If she were anyone else, Basin could be certain he was staring at a woman who wanted to be kissed. But there was no guessing what was going through Sonia's mind. He told her, "I've never met anyone who's changed as much as you." She grinned with half her mouth. "You hated me back then, didn't you?" "Of course. Everyone did." He chuckled as he remembered something. "We would say that the only difference between you and a rabid dog is—" He stopped himself as he caught her scowling. "I went too far." "Is?" she prodded. "Is brilliance and beauty." He lied. "Good night." He tried to flee to his house, but she grabbed his arm. "I'm a different person now. It won't upset me." "Fine. Fur." She let go of his arm as she blinked in thought. Then a chuckle rumbled out. "Anna asked to live with me," he blurted, knowing he shouldn't leave without telling Sonia. "I said it's all right if Taryn allows it." "Then you're braver than I am." She didn't seem upset, just worried. "Be careful with her. It won't take long before you see something sinister behind those blue eyes, like I have. Then, when your suspicions eventually come, you won't be able to hide them from her." Chapter 18. After completing Endurance Day, walking the 4 miles to Cairo City was easy. As Basin had expected, the deep bruise of his cheek drew many gazes within the capital, but at least he and his clothes were clean. If he'd come from the workhouse, the gazes would have been even more disapproving. There was but one castle in Cairo, as in Tenred, and it was massive enough to be seen from outside the city. As soon as he arrived, he gave his name to the indifferent guards, then was told to wait as one fetched his father. When Henry finally appeared, it took a moment for Basin to recognize him. He'd shaved and trimmed his hair, but it was the blue army uniform that made him most unfamiliar. Cairo's sigil was sewn into the center, a gold crown lined in silver. Basin saw the same design on his father's cloak as Henry turned and gestured for him to follow without even a greeting. Basin held back a few choice sarcastic remarks, but he figured at least one would come out soon if his father continued to act as if this were a meeting of business. Henry brought him into the heart of the great hall. A wide stairway zigzagged up to all 4 enormous floors. People bustled up and down, half of them wearing drab robes to mark their role as a castle servant. There was so much height between each floor, giving Basin the thought that there were other sets of stairs or possibly ramps that led to rooms halfway between levels. "What happened?" Henry asked, taking Basin's chin to get a closer look at his dark bruise. The old man's eyes filled with pride. "You convinced them to let you train as a warrior instead of a mage." "No, I'm going to be a mage for the rest of my life." It was important to be blunt and direct with his father. One day you'll find your way back to sword training. Come with me." Henry began taking the stairs 2 at a time. "You're not going back without a sword." He shoved a pouch of coins into Basin's hand. "Buy a training sword, and a steel one. You remember how to judge the quality of the sword, don't you?" "Yes." Basin couldn't hold back his sarcasm any longer. "By the way, Father, I'm doing fine at the academy. I can see you're doing well here. Can you believe where we are now after starving in the workhouse just a week ago? I can't either. All right, now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can go back to arguing about what class I should choose." Henry stopped at the 2nd floor and took Basin's shoulder. "We both have Alabel Kerr to thank for the opportunity. You'll see her soon. You should marry her, Basin. She's rich and beautiful, and she asks about you every time I see her." "You had me convinced at Rich," he quipped. "Where's the family engagement ring? Oh, yes, it's with Mother, wherever she is now." Henry just shook his head and returned to his hurried pace, leading Basin up to the 3rd floor. He took one of the many hallways that eventually led to a smaller stairway. This one made of stone instead of sleek wood like the rest of the stairs, and many of the walls thus far. Basin wondered why there would be wood at all. Tenred's castle was made entirely of stone, because that was the resource the kingdom had in abundance. He began to recall discussions of trades between Tenred and Cairo usually wanted stone. Perhaps that explained the lack of it at this castle. "I hope you don't speak to your instructors the same way you speak to me," Henry asked without asking. Luckily, there isn't a lot of speaking between instructors and students, so I found another way to ruin my chances at being judged fairly. Henry took Basin into a small room where two other men sat wearing uniforms identical to his father's. "I had to fetch my son," he told them as an excuse, not bothering to introduce Basin. "Did you each look over the plan?" "We did," one answered with the same hurry as Henry. "And we agree. We can ready the men in an hour." "Can we make it 3/4 of an hour?" Henry's tone was the same as he'd always used in Tenred's castle, a cross between demanding and requesting. It took until now for Basin to realize his father actually had sounded gentler during their time in the workhouse. "I'll help you in a moment," Henry continued. "I need to speak with my son." The other two men collected and stacked the papers spread across the table between them, then hurried out. Henry closed the door after them. Basin made himself comfortable in a seat, putting his legs up on the table. "Looks like you've earned some respect already." "Only because I have a plan to fix something that others were worried about before I got here." He sat beside Basin and leaned forward. "Many are concerned that King Kerr is too trusting." "What is there not to trust? The people in Cairo seem to like him." "He values their favor too much. Keeping power should be just as important to a king as caring for his citizens. But King Kerr takes few measures to protect himself from rebellion. Fortunately, I've at least convinced him, through Alabel's introduction, to hire me to help protect him. He doesn't want to raise alarm, so we are to be discreet as we investigate." Basin took down his feet from the table to lean forward, admittedly interested. "Investigate what?" "Lack of loyalty, money passing between the wrong hands, meetings between powerful families, anything that could lead us to believe a rebellion is coming." "But Kerr is to give the crown to someone else as soon as he chooses the right man. Why would someone want to rebel against a temporary king who's loved by his citizens?" "Because they might use his lack of control as their opportunity to take the crown for themselves. The first men we're investigating are those who came to Kerr requesting to be considered, later to be denied." "And you are in charge of this?" "Yes." "What could you have possibly told the king to convince him to put you in charge?" "The truth. My brother was wicked as both a man and a king, but he knew how to maintain power and even deceive his people into believing he had their best interests in mind, which I helped him do until he betrayed us. It's not something I'm proud of, but I'm the best at knowing what needs to be done for the King of Cairo." Henry stood. "Unfortunately, I have to leave now." Basin jumped up. "Wait, I thought you only helped Tegri with army strategy, positioning, formations, surprise attacks, that sort of thing." "I did that as well. I've wanted to tell you of the other stratagems, but I never found the right time." The hard look in his father's eyes was gone. "I'm sorry, Basin. I plan to make up for it by helping to protect a good king this time. I don't imagine any deceit will be necessary." God's mercy. Could Tegri have become so reviled without my father's help? A realization struck him. My father helped spread false rumors as well. That's why people in Cairo believe William and his wife were poisoned when it was an illness. Henry and Tegri took every opportunity to win over the hearts of Tenred's citizens and army in case there was a war against Cairo. "Can we speak more about this later?" Basin asked. "Yes, I'll visit you as soon as I have time. You can show me around the academy as well." Basin smiled in surprise. "A true father and son activity. I look forward to it." Henry wrapped him in a hug that was over too briefly. "Alabel will send someone for you as soon as she's ready to meet. She keeps herself busy, so don't take more time than she offers. Be courteous." "I always am." "More courteous." He left. Basin sat down again and wondered how necessary it really was for his father to investigate the possibility of a rebellion. From Henry's haste, it was as if he felt they were already months behind. Basin soon found himself dozing. He awoke to find someone gently caressing his sore cheek and applying a cool balm with a light touch. He opened his eyes to find Alabel's lips close enough to kiss with a simple turn of his head. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you." She stayed close as she smoothed out the balm, her warm breath against his chin. "I came in while you were asleep and saw your injury. What happened?" "Tried to stop a warrior from fighting someone." "Who? I may know him." "Peter. I don't know his last name." She frowned. "Yes, I know him, and that doesn't surprise me. Who was he fighting?" "Have you heard of the woman who joined as a first-year warrior?" "Sonya Greyheart. I was fortunate enough to meet her soon after you left Warrender Training Center." "She was there in Oakshin?" Alabel touched his chin lightly to turn his face, looking at each side in comparison. He couldn't tear his gaze away from hers, his heart fluttering like the wings of a bird about to soar into the sky. She leaned back, and the rest of her came into sight. The cut of her blue and silver dress gave a generous tease of her ample breasts. Heat surged through his body. It became a struggle to speak, as he wondered whether she'd purposely donned clothes that flattered her curves in anticipation of seeing him. She was even more beautiful than he'd first realized. "Thank you," he finally managed. She took her hand off his chin, though her gaze lingered. "Of course." Then she cleared her throat as she stood upright. "I'm glad you came. Now tell me everything about Evaluation Week, and I'll be happy to show you around the castle." Basin gladly took to her side. "By the way, my father and your great-uncle, who would have thought the Kerrs and the Hillers would be helping each other?" She let out a soft giggle. "Hopefully it's just the beginning of a long friendship between our families." He caught the corner of her eye, then drew the rest of her gaze with his smile. She looked down shyly. "Maybe Sonya was on to something about keeping my mouth shut and speaking more with my eyes." Basin began his recount of Evaluation Week with meeting Nick the first day. Meanwhile, Alabel took him around each floor, showing him the busy kitchen, the enormous laundry room, the spectacular quarters for honored guests, and seemingly everything else there was to see. To answer his questions about the wood within the castle, she explained that it was ironbark, stronger than stone, and just as incapable of catching fire, cut from the ironbark trees in southern Cairo. The small forest of the precious black trees was managed by a division under the king, illegal to cut by anyone else, making the wood extremely expensive. The remaining sections of stone in the castle would be replaced by ironbark in time. Basin realized the mage recruiter's wand at the training center was made of the same wood, but he hadn't known it was so valuable. Alabel brought Basin by the throne room, but her great-uncle wasn't there. Basin didn't mind skipping his opportunity to meet the king when it would eat into his time with Alabel. By then, their conversation about the academy had jumped to a lively place, but he had yet to tell her about Nick's murder. Hopefully, someone of her position would know already, but that still didn't make it easy to address. She brought him to her lavish quarters on the third floor, where lunch awaited them. They had just finished sharing their experiences with Sonia when Alabel sat down. "Do you mind if I shut your door?" he asked. "I don't mind. Something's happened during the week that I've left out," he said as he sat down across from her. "I don't know who else to ask about it." "I'm happy to help as best I can." He showed her a grin. "I've realized that about you. Can I also trust you not to speak to others about this?" "Yes, now I'm even more intrigued. What is it?" "Do you remember that the last time we met I asked if you'd ever heard of a ring of fire within a cluster of bestial energy, yet the energy didn't light?" she interrupted. "I've wondered what it could have been, but came to no conclusions." "I'm flattered you've taken time to think about it. So, I've been able to reproduce the spell, and it looks to be some sort of portal." She stopped eating as she blinked at him. "I swear I'm not insane," he said. "Could you show me this spell?" She sounded a little skeptical. "There's a problem. It has only worked in 2 of the places I've tried, the training center and Nick's room. I'm not sure if it will work in here. But even if it did, I wouldn't want to cast it." "Why not?" "I think it's why Nick was killed." He felt a shiver down his back at saying it aloud. Alabel's thin eyebrows moved close together in confusion. Basin gave her a moment, partly because the words were hard to speak, but mostly because he knew she was smart and could figure it out. The realization seemed to force out a gasp. "Because you cast the spell in his room, not long before he was killed?" Basin nodded. "It was the first and only time I cast it within the academy, and he died hours later." "My stars." She seemed to be finished eating, staring at her plate instead. "I should have waited until after lunch." "No, it's fine. I just wish I knew what to tell you. Could it be a coincidence?" "It could be, but what if it wasn't?" "Then you're saying someone saw your spell and thought Nick had cast it?" "Or they felt it coming from his room and assumed it was him." The features of her face squished together. "I don't think that's possible." She gasped and put her hands on the table. "Unless you really were making a portal and they were connected to it." "Connected to it? It sounds like you know something about portals." "Only a little, and it's all theory." "That's better than nothing." "The only talk of portals I've heard is related to Acorel stones. Have you heard of them?" Alabel took a few quick bites of her food. "I haven't." She swallowed quickly. "Acorel is the name of a metal that absorbs bestial energy. It pulls BE into it, making the metal warm in seconds. But it takes days for it to reach its capacity. By then, it'll glow white and be too hot to touch. An Acorel stone is a small sphere of Acorel metal with a barrier of rock around it to allow its wielder to hold it without getting burned." "So it's extra energy waiting to be used," Basin realized. "Yes, a tremendous amount of it. Mages who are powerful enough can pull the energy out of the Acorel metal to use in their spells." "How large of a fireball could someone make with an Acorel stone?" "Large enough to kill many people in a single shot. Fortunately, the metal is very rare. There are only 2 stones that I know of, one here in the castle and one in the academy. Chemist Master Jack Rose has it in his safe, but don't tell anyone. I only know because I'm slowly learning everything my mother knows. I think Jack is the one you should talk to about portals." Basin gave himself a moment of thought. "But I don't understand how the Acorel stones are related to portals." "He can explain it better than I can, but my understanding is that it has to do with bestial energy. As you know, psychics can change the way we feel by making subtle changes to the BE we produce. Mages can use BE to make fire. Chemists can create potions with it. From this, we know BE holds enormous power, and some believe there's potential to use the energy in ways we haven't yet discovered, like creating a portal. The theory states that by forcing enough BE onto a single point, our world must compensate to support the pressure of the energy. So a hole is created where the energy can go. An entranceway. Basin was thankful he'd finished his food, for his nerves had begun to tingle in excitement. That would make sense considering what it felt like to make one. So I'm just pouring bestial energy on top of itself until I open a hole. The only way I can make it bigger is to feed more and more energy into it, so it must expand to hold the BE. But where does it take the energy? Where does the portal lead? Without an Acorel stone? I have no idea. But I have heard that using a stone to make a portal will link the portal to another stone. It probably has to do with the world wanting to relieve pressure where it's most gathered. But I'm sure Jack would know more. Wouldn't a mage know more than a chemist? She smirked. An average mage would know more about BE than an average chemist, but no one knows more about the way BE works than Jack Rose. Then doesn't that make him the most likely person to have detected the portal? What is it? Alabel asked. How long has Jack been at the academy? Since its creation, 25 years ago. She tilted her head, her auburn hair spilling down from her shoulder. Why? As he thought of how to answer, her eyes widened to show disbelief. You can't think he killed Nick. I'm just not sure I can trust him. She leaned forward. You can. I know the man, and so does my great-uncle, who has worked with him for decades. But who else besides a chemist could change the bestial energy in the air so that a mage couldn't use it? What do you mean? As Nick was being killed, I felt no BE around me. I couldn't even cast light. I've been wondering who could do something like that, and I'm beginning to believe a master chemist might be the answer. Aren't there potions powerful enough to do such a thing? She pushed out her hand. Even if there are, it wouldn't be Jack. Basin rubbed his brow as he thought. Do you trust me? She asked. He smiled at her. Completely. Good, because I'm certain it wasn't Jack. You can go to him with what you know and he'll help. You owe it to Nick and his family and everyone at the academy, because this might be the only way to catch the murderer. She left the table to clean her hands in a water bowl. Will you speak to him? I will. She paused to smile and then hurried to finish washing. Basin wondered if he'd made her late for an appointment. Her next words confirmed it. Unfortunately, I need to meet my mother, and I'm going to be busy the entire afternoon. She froze and then looked at him. But you're welcome to stay if you would like, and, well, since you're already here, she stammered as she dried her hands, we could have supper together? He stood and already regretted what he had to say. I would like that. But if I'm going to speak to Jack Rose, I think it would be best to do it today. Yes, of course. She seemed partly panicked, rushing to the other side of her room to grab what looked to be a medical bag. It was silly to offer when you clearly need to return to the academy. At his approach, she stopped to give him her attention. He hadn't been sure after their first meal, but by now he'd seen enough twinkles in her glances to know that there was a spark between them. If Basin had learned anything from his failures and successes with women at Tenred's castle, it was to be confident and direct. I'm glad you offered. I wish I could have accepted. He watched in delight as an adorable half-smile broke through her nervous expression. I understand. I'll write to you, and we'll find another time. He planted a kiss on her cheek, as if by reflex she gave one to him before he pulled away. I look forward to it. Now, if you don't mind, I need to change before meeting my mother." She had chosen the elegant dress for him. He had to suppress a massive smile as he said goodbye and headed for the door. Something came to mind that caused him to stop. "Allabel, are you able to check on the Acherel stone here in the castle?" "Yes. Why?" "Can you ensure it hasn't been moved in the last week?" With a nod and a cute wink, she acknowledged she understood what he was suggesting. "I'll make sure." He began to open the door. "Basin," she called. "Yes?" "Do you realize what it would mean if you really were making portals?" "I suppose I haven't thought about it in much detail." He'd been too caught up in what his casting had caused to even think about celebrating it. "It would mean your control over bestial energy surpasses legendary mages." She flashed a grin and propped her hands on her hips. "I had a feeling there was something special about you when you first came to me in rags with a burned hand. I'm glad I was right. I still need to repay you for everything you've done for me and my father. I'm sure one day you will." Chapter 19. It was night when Basin returned to the academy. He used a simple spell of pushing condensed bestial energy through his wand to light a sign on the path to the faculty housing area. Most of the sign consisted of a map with the houses numbered. Listed on the side was the name of each instructor in alphabetical order and his or her house number. It was somewhat of a surprise to see that the highest number was only 57. But what surprised him more was that some of the instructors had the same number and shared a surname. He'd never thought of his instructors being married and living at the academy together. This really was their home, like it was Basin's, though no one shared a number with Jack Rose. Basin expected to find no light coming out of Jack's windows, as was the case with the other houses he passed on the way there. But he was pleasantly proven wrong when he arrived. He knocked, and a man with kind features answered. "I was just about to retire for the night," the master chemist said apologetically. "I'm sorry to come by so late, but I believe it's important I speak to you tonight." Jack looked reluctant to let him in. "Who are you?" "I'm Basin Hiller, Nick's roommate. I would like to talk to you about him and something else." Jack stuck his head out from the doorway and looked around. It saddened Basin to see such plain suspicion. No doubt Jack wouldn't have taken the same precautions before Nick's murder. Satisfied, Jack waved him in. "Very well. Come and have a seat." Basin chose a chair with the least amount of scrolls and papers on the table in front of it. Jack sat across from him and regarded him sleepily. "I just came from the castle, where I spoke with Allabel Kerr. She convinced me I needed to tell you as soon as possible what I told her." At the mention of her name, Jack lifted himself to sit straight in his chair. Although his short hair was completely gray, there was a youthfulness to his face now that he seemed to be more alert. Basin placed him in his early 50s, and figured he couldn't have fought in the latest war. He told Jack everything he'd mentioned to Allabel, frequently giving pause to allow the master chemist to interject. However, Jack remained silent, except to urge Basin to go on. Eventually he'd shared everything he knew and only had questions remaining. As he thought of which one to ask, Jack posed a question first. "Are you certain what you think is a portal couldn't actually be dense Sartius energy, too thick to burn?" "I'm certain. The first time I cast the spell was in Warrender Training Center, and I had no Sartius pellets in my wand. I don't have the skill to draw in SE without them. It had to be something besides Sartius energy." "My bestial stars." A thrill came to his blinking eyes. "This is incredible news. You must show me the spell." "But sir, I think someone felt the portal I'd made in Nick's room and killed him because of it." He watched the excitement drain from Jack's face. "Is such a thing possible?" I should warn you that I believe many things are possible that others don't. So yes, that could be the case. But no one in history has wielded the power to detect portals, because we know of no one who's been able to make them. He cleared his throat and lowered his eyebrows as if about to lecture. Whoever sensed the massive amount of bestial energy you used to make the portal would have had to have enough control over BE to do the following. Feel when your portal was made, disrupt the BE in the air so that a mage like yourself could not use it, and possess enough skill with Psyche to disable Nick completely before killing him. I've never heard of anyone strong enough to do even one out of the first two of those abilities. So there's no potion that could alter BE so much that a mage couldn't use it, producing an odor in the process? Certainly none that are potent enough to alter all of the BE that's in your reach. What about with an Acherel stone? Basin asked. Could someone with the right talents use it to detect the portal or alter the BE near them? Yes to the former, no to the latter. They fell silent. Jack lifted a finger, looking as if he had an idea, but he held the position without speaking, and then let his hand down. They remained silent for a while longer, until Jack finally stood. I believe what you've told me does help, he said with a gleam of hope. But it's also caused me to think of more questions that neither of us can answer, no matter how long we think about it. Previously, I assumed the murderer lived outside our walls and wanted Nick dead, for issues relating to his life outside the academy. Now, I'm beginning to agree with what you've implied. I believe it's someone here. No, we used psychics to question everyone. He fell into his chair and put up a hand. Let me think. Suddenly he slapped his hand on the table. Unless... His voice rose with his excitement. This person is somehow strong enough to keep their BE from being read accurately. Then they could lie without detection. That would make sense, because they would need to be immensely powerful with BE to do everything you're reporting to me. He pushed himself to his feet. You've given me a lot to think about. In the meantime, don't tell anyone about casting portals, and don't make any more. Write down your house number for me, and we'll speak again. Mr. Rose, Basin said as he took the quill and paper offered to him, can you check on your Acherel stone? I just checked it recently, but I suppose it won't hurt to check again. Please wait outside until I call you in. Basin complied. He figured Jack had the key to his lockbox hidden and didn't want to give Basin any clues to where it might be. After Jack called him back in, Basin found the master chemist to be peering with concern at a very dull-looking bracelet. As Basin came closer, he saw the bracelet seemed to be like any other, except for what looked to be a rock, the diameter of the head of a spoon attached at its center. Inside must have been the Acherel stone, though there was no evidence of such. It should be hot and glowing, Jack said as he pinched the rock. But there's no heat at all. Basin put his hand over it. There's no energy within it that I can feel. Jack put it on the table. Aim light onto it. Basin did, and the chemist squinted as he peered closely. My bestial stars! This is not the same bracelet. It must be a fake. He hurried to retrieve a hammer. Basin jumped back before Jack angrily and confidently struck the stone. A small piece shot off and skipped across the floor. More light, Jack demanded, and Basin obliged. The chemist scraped off more stone and leaned in close again. There's no metal in here. It's just a rock. So someone has the original. Let me think. The last time I checked was the third day of evaluation week. Bason's chest became tight. The day Nick was killed. Jack lifted a finger. Yes. And the real stone was undoubtedly still in my lockbox because it glowed orange when I checked on it. That was in the morning. Someone must have come in, found my key, switched the bracelets, and put the key back. But no one knows where the key is, and I keep my door and windows locked with a separate key that never leaves my pocket. He gasped. But my door was unlocked when I came back later that day. A look of horror came across his face as he turned to Basin. I thought it was strange that I'd forget to lock the door. I'd never done that before. But now I know why. Someone made me forget. Made you forget? Yes, everything's making sense now. Before I left, I had the unbidden urge to check on the contents of my lockbox. Then I forgot to lock the door. He threw up his hands with his revelation. It was a psychic watching me. Or if they were strong enough, they didn't even need to watch. He hopped as he jabbed his finger at his back wall. They were hidden outside and sensed where I went to retrieve my key. Psychics can do that? Certainly yes. And the stronger the psychic, the easier it is to detect the person's exact location. He ran to the other side of the room and pointed at his front door. They distracted my mind with the need to rush out of the house as if I was late, thus forgetting to lock the door. Then they entered and searched for my key. There was no way for them to lock the door on their way out. But they obviously didn't want me to know they'd come in and taken anything, so they replaced the bracelet with one nearly identical. He huffed. They must have already known what the bracelet looked like to have a replacement prepared. This is someone who knows more than they should. Come, we must tell Taryn. Basin ran out of the house with Jack, figuring Taryn had to be asleep along with everyone else at the academy by then. But until the murderer was caught, everyone was in danger. It was worth waking up the headmaster. Whoever took the stone was probably the same psychic that killed Nick, Basin said. Correct. If we find the bracelet in someone's possession, we can infer they are the murderer, or at least obtained it from the murderer. Is it possible to use one stone to find another? If a mage is powerful enough, like yourself, then yes, in theory. But I've never heard of it being done, or anything related to portals, for that matter. Jack laughed and slapped Basin's back. Alabel was right to send you to me. We're finally making progress. You don't know how it's been for Taryn and the rest of us to feel as if we can't guarantee our students' safety. He seemed to be growing more excited as he spoke, shaking his finger as he pointed it. You are something remarkable. We're going to be spending much more time together. Thank you, sir. However, I don't believe I should be making any more portals until we find the murderer. Right now, whoever killed Nick thinks they put an end to the making of portals. To cast more could result in another attack. Yes, we'll be discreet when we meet about portals. Only Taryn needs to know for now. It sounded like Jack was only half agreeing, that his desire to see Basin make portals was too strong to squelch. Basin wouldn't pry for now, but there was one thing he needed to confirm. So it seems likely that whoever is out there with the stone is the most powerful psychic in history. Yes, which is why we really need to be careful with this information. Don't tell anyone. Jack stopped and grabbed Basin's shoulder. Does Alabel know not to mention it? I believe so. I'll send a letter tomorrow, because we need to be sure. Basin trusted Jack would know better than he would, that there was no risk of the letter being read by unintended eyes, though it was still an effort not to voice his concern. Jack seemed to see something and extended his hand across Bason's chest to stop him. "Quiet." There were many houses in front of them, but the one in the absolute corner of the campus, with the northern and western walls of the academy close behind it, had its door open. No light was on. Was this the headmaster's house? Jack crept toward it, Basin staying close at his side with his wand ready. But then the chemist pushed Basin behind him protectively, and that's where Basin reluctantly stayed until they came to the door. "Taryn?" Jack called out cautiously. There was no response. "Basin, light." As the entrance room came under the glow of bestial energy, it immediately became apparent there had been a brawl. Furniture was thrown and broken. A dagger lay in the midst, though it was unlike the one used to kill Nick. Blood smeared the ground and trailed toward them. Basin aimed his wand down at it to see that the blood thinned as it went between his feet and out the door. "Taryn!" Jack called loudly now. Basin followed him deeper into the house. They checked every room, which took only a moment. It appeared that the struggle began in the headmaster's bedroom. There was no blood, yet his sheets were strewn about, and a bookcase had toppled over. "He's not here," Basin said. There was some consolation in the thought that Taryn was probably too large to be carried off after being killed. Unless it was more than one man. Basin shuddered. Jack spun and grabbed his shoulder. "We need to alert the guards." "You do that, and I'll follow the trail of blood." "Stay with me to be safe." "I might be able to catch whoever did this. And whoever did the same to Nick." "No." "Sorry." He ran as Jack shouted for him to come back. Chapter 20. A crash awoke Cleve. Did someone just kick down his front door? He jumped out of bed and grabbed his bestial steel sword as Rila sat up. She held up their blanket to cover her naked body, but Cleve didn't bother with clothes. He was already out the door and running down the hall. "Rila!" A voice screamed from the front of the house. "Rila!" Cleve's other roommates were coming out of their rooms and into the narrow hallway as he ran by. Barely avoiding colliding with them, Cleve recognized the voice just before he saw his uncle carrying a body into his kitchen. "What is this?" Cleve asked, his chest pounding. "Rila!" Taryn yelled again, ignoring Cleve. "Get out here now!" He set down what appeared to be a dead man, dressed all in black, a long hood bunched around his shoulders. Rila, wearing just their bedsheet, hurried in. Behind her, Stefan and Effie stumbled into the wide common area at the front of the house. Cleve acutely became aware he was stark naked and his front door was open. Realizing no one seemed to be in danger, he retrieved a cleaning cloth from the kitchen counter to hold in front of his manhood. It was just long enough to cover him. "What is it?" Rila asked Taryn, rubbing one eye. "Question this man, right now. I need to know who sent him." Clutching the white sheet that barely covered her ample breasts, she waddled to the table as quickly as she could. Cleve stood beside her, looking down at a man he'd never seen before, sprawled on his table. His hair was short and black, his nose long and bloody, probably broken. He seemed to be around 30, and large enough that not many men besides Taryn could have carried him more than a few feet. But if he'd attacked Taryn in his house, then the headmaster had carried him nearly a mile. Rila tried to keep the drooping bedsheet up with one hand as she held the other over the man's face. "Who sent you?" There was no reply. "Answer, damn it!" Taryn pounded the table and startled Rila in the process. She fumbled her grip of the bedsheet, and it fell off her shoulder, exposing one of her breasts. She quickly pulled it back up with both hands. "Taryn, he's unconscious or dead," she squealed, clearly more worried about her nakedness than the man. "No, he can't be." He is. Effie came up from behind Rila and wrapped a blanket around her shoulders. Thanks, Eff. Cleve looked to Stefan on the other side of the table, wondering if he'd thought to bring anything for him. Stefan seemed oblivious as he stood there blinking with an unreadable expression, leaving Cleve with the small cloth that did no better than his hand at covering himself. A cold breeze came in and licked his bare behind. "At least go shut the door, Stefan," he said sharply. "Oh." Terran had his ear over the man in black. Apparently listening for breath, he pushed his ear against the man's bloody chest next. "You bastard! You die too easily!" He pounded the table again. "Live, damn it!" An awkward moment of silence passed as they watched Terran slowly give up. "Terran, what happened?" Cleve asked, too curious to retrieve any clothing just yet, moving so that his ass was pointed toward the back wall. "This man was in my house, waiting for me to fall asleep so he could kill me. He's a damn strong psychic as well, and almost had me pinned from pain, even after all my training to resist it. But I managed to resist the spell enough to get my sword. We fought, and soon he was trying to run while fending me off with his dagger. I stabbed him in the chest in hopes of subduing him, and then carried him here as quickly as I could. He must have died on the way." Terran stripped the body as he spoke, checking the pockets but finding nothing. "Was his dagger silver like the one found before?" Effie asked. "No. It should be back in my house." He gritted his teeth and pressed his fist against the table. "Damn bastard! We need to know who sent him." "Terran," Rila swallowed audibly. "Someone sent an assassin after the headmaster of the academy. What could this mean?" "Best case, someone wants me dead for reasons that aren't political. Worst case, and the most probable, we're looking at the beginning of another war." "No!" Effie shook her head as a tear rolled down her cheek. "Not another war." Rila glared at Stefan. "Damn it. Will you give her a hug? Cleve and I don't have any free arms." "Oh." Stefan threw his arms around Effie. She put her face on his shoulder and squeezed him fiercely. Someone tried the handle of their door, freezing all of them. "Stefan," Cleve whispered, "did you lock it?" "No," he whispered back. A hush fell over the room as the door cracked open. Cleve moved in front of everyone, one hand holding the cloth at his front, and the other wielding his yellow-red sword made from bestial steel. Whoever it was threw open the door and jumped inside with his wand out. Cleve began to charge until he recognized Basin, who seemed scared yet perplexed, throwing up his arms as he slid along the wall to get away from Cleve. "It's just me," he blurted. "What are you doing here?" Cleve asked. "I followed the trail of blood from Terran's. Is everything all right?" He looked past Cleve and seemed even more confused. "Everyone's fine," Terran said. "Jack Rose is on his way to alert the guards," Basin said. "Who's that on the table?" "I don't know," Terran sighed. "But the answer will tell us if war is beginning." Basin appeared to realize what Terran was saying and stepped forward wearing a stormy expression. "He's the one who attacked you?" "Yes. And now I'm going to have to wake up the school to gather everyone at Redfield." Terran bit down on his thin lip and shook his head. "Never in the history of the Academy has that needed to be done in the middle of the night. But no one, not even instructors, are spending one more hour sleeping on their own. Cleve and Rila, you should get dressed." Terran left in a hurry, calling over his shoulder. "Someone will come for the body in time. Leave it for now." "Close the door, Basin," Rila said. As soon as he did, she came toward him and leaned forward in a clear display of psyche. "What has Anna Vera been doing since she moved in with you?" And why do you even want her there? Effie added. I don't think she has any part of this, he told Effie first, then turned to Rila. Does this mean Terran has allowed her to move? My house was still empty when I left for Cairo City this morning, and I went straight to Jack's house when I returned. If she's there, she's probably in Nick's old room, asleep. Someone should check, Effie said, and they should hurry. Cleve, I've seen enough of your ass for one night. Put something on. Stefan, you're already dressed. You go. He nodded and then jogged out the door. Rila, you should get dressed as well, Effie suggested. She and Cleve returned to the room they'd been sharing since Anna had moved in. Now that she was gone, Cleve hadn't bothered to move his belongings out and wasn't sure he wanted to, though it did seem strange to have an open room in their house. He and Rila stayed quiet, and soon they could hear Effie's voice from the front of the house. What are you doing? Checking his body, Basin replied. We already checked. There was nothing. Are you crying? Shut up. Cleve closed the door to their room. Are you all right? He asked Rila. I think I am. Whatever's happening, we can handle it. She nodded half-heartedly. I wish my brother would return. I don't know what he could be doing with the Kreps and the elves all this time. He said he would come back, so he will. Hopefully it will be soon. He embraced her. Whatever this is, it can't be any worse than what we've overcome so far. I don't know, Cleve. Before, we've always had a sense of what was coming well in advance. The war against Tenred, the Kreps joining them, except for when the traitors attacked, we knew when we would have to fight. But there's something about this that makes me feel as if the ground is about to open beneath my feet, and it's going to happen soon. I don't think we're looking at war. I think we're looking at a surprise that's going to change everything. Cleve wanted to tell her it was all in her imagination, but that wasn't something he could do with a psychic. Everything he told Rila, he had to believe. Chapter 21. When it came time for supper, Alabel decided she would first check on the Acherel stone she'd wanted to look at since Basin had left at lunch. The day had been busier than usual since his departure, made even more chaotic by her distracted thoughts. Panic had been building inside of her. It felt like a storm was coming, causing her to constantly check the sky each time she was near a window. But the day remained cool and clear. So why did she have this feeling of foreboding? Through her worry, the memory of Basin's lips against her cheek sprung up throughout the day, speeding her pulse as if he was there in front of her. The feeling he evoked was a swell of heat that started in her chest and exploded across her entire body whenever he looked at her. She felt like a first-year student again, when she'd been overwhelmed by the number of handsome men at the academy. As the weeks had gone by, she'd come to realize that most of the warriors she met were more interested in her breasts than in her. While staring, these men offered nothing but flattery, often expressed crudely. However, 3 years was a long time to be among thousands of people her age, and she'd been involved with a few good-hearted men before her graduation. When the war began, however, there was no man that she had any stake in above friendship. She'd been in no mood for romance. Basin had sparked something she'd been too busy to realize she'd been missing. The thrill of the chase, like a cat after string. The boy was 2 years her younger, yet he had a face that could lure a queen's gaze, with his dark eyes that brought out his brilliantly white smile, and his black hair that hung loosely, just long enough for her to feel on the back of her hand if she ran her fingers through it, slowly. He wasn't enormous and bulky, but tall and strapping. The way he carried himself gave a hint of his physical prowess, ready to fight, but only if needed. She felt safe with him, protected, a feeling she'd begun to relish since the war, a feeling she wanted to spread to others whenever the opportunity arose. She needed access to the locked room where the Acorel stone was kept. There were few with the key, but James Kerr was one of them. She always used every excuse she could think of to see her great-uncle, and this was a great one. After asking a choice servant of the castle who Allabel knew would be privy to the king's whereabouts, she found him and asked if she could check on the Acorel stone. "I'll go with you," he said, "and then we'll have supper. How does that sound?" A bubble of joy popped within her. Perfect. During his first week on the throne, her great-uncle had reassigned the guards who usually followed the king everywhere he went in his own castle. This gave them privacy whenever he and Allabel met, and she enjoyed how knowledgeable and direct he was with her, no matter the subject. As a councilman to the late king, Allabel's great-uncle had always been addressed as Councilman Kerr, so people had taken to using his surname. No one had called him James, and now it seemed as if his first name no longer suited him. "I hear many changes are beginning," she said. "More focus on preventing rebellion than before." "Yes, that Hiller gentleman you introduced me to has brought up too many good points for me to ignore. I wish there was a way to trust all my people and, at the same time, take measures to prevent them from forming an army against us. But the two cannot coexist." "What kinds of measures are being taken?" Kerr's answer had to wait as he was approached by Liaison Wilfrey with documents in hand. "I'm on my way to the Academy with your messages," Wilfrey said as he bowed. "The rankings of mages and warriors will be posted by the time I get there. I'll bring back a copy for our records here at the castle." "When will you return?" "Later tonight, if I'm needed, sire." "That's not necessary. Stay at the Academy and speak with Terran tomorrow. I want to hear what he and his instructors think of the new recruits so far." He leaned toward Wilfrey and lowered his voice. "And I want a suspect for that murder." Discussion of Nick's death was always spoken in hushed tones within the castle, as if no one quite believed it yet, and thought saying it too loud would make it real. "Yes, sire." Kerr showed Allabel a grievous look as Wilfrey left. "Less than a week ago, someone was killed during the night at the Academy," he said. "I'm aware already, Uncle." He much preferred this title from her over sire or great-uncle, which he told her reminded him of his age. "Then your mother must know as well." "She does." As they continued toward the locked room where valuables were stored on the fourth floor, she told him a little about Bason's visit earlier that day. Allabel mentioned nothing of her attraction, but Kerr was grinning by the time she finished. "Does Genevieve know of your interest in a Hiller?" "No. And my mother certainly shouldn't hear it from you, Uncle." He pushed out his wrinkly hands. "All right. I won't say anything." She took her great-uncle's arm as they came to the last set of stairs. When they arrived, Kerr drew a key and opened one lock, then drew a different key to unlock the second. The door seemed stuck at first as he leaned into it. Then it flung open, and he stumbled forward and fell onto his hands and knees. Allabel ran to him. "Are you hurt?" He chuckled as he got up on his own, refusing to take her hand. "I'm not that old, Allabel." 83 is that old, she dared not say. "Of course, Uncle." The vault hadn't yet been replaced with ironbark, except for the door. The walls were lined with weapons from warriors whose names Allabel recognized from books and stories. A shelf ran along each wall, holding up the handles of said weapons, the most valuable in Cairo besides Cleve Polkin's bestial steel sword. The same shelf acted as the roof of a glass casing in which various trinkets, gems, bracelets, and necklaces were on display. It took only a moment for Allabel to locate the fine silver bracelet with the glowing rock at its center. Kerr used another key to unlock the casing and reached in to retrieve it. "That's all right," Allabel said to stop him. "I just wanted to ensure it was there." "Well, now that we're here, don't you want to hold it?" She giggled. His desire was palpable. "I'd rather not, but I can see that you do." She glanced over her shoulder to find one of the two guards outside checking on them. "Certainly do. Reach in and get it for me, dear. Careful. It's likely to be hot." The sound of screams stopped her. They seemed distant, possibly coming from the ground floor. Metal clashed as a cacophony of unintelligible orders were shouted. The guards at the doorway ran in to close ranks around Kerr. "Might be an attack, sire," one said. "How could they get in?" "I don't know." Kerr rushed out of the room. "Come on, Alabel." She grabbed the Acrel bracelet, put it in the small box that was its casing, and slid it into her pocket before following. In just the short time it took to leave the vault, the sounds of aggression had become clear enough to prove that this was indeed some sort of attack. Her great-uncle moved as quickly as his old legs could carry him, Alabel holding on to one of his arms while one of his guards held the other. Soon they came to the balcony overlooking the enormous great hall, where they halted for a quick look. A battle was in the making. A stream of men wearing common clothing poured in through the open doors, many with a sword and some with a bow. Kerr's men, armored and trained, tried to fight them off, but they looked like a few spiders trying to stop a swarm of ants. "My stars, what is this?" Kerr asked no one in particular. It looked to be an uprising to Alabel. "But how can that be when the people are happy with their current king?" There had to be more to it than angry denizens. More importantly, why hadn't the doors been barricaded at the first sign of a threat? Frozen by fear and confusion, Alabel didn't notice Kerr was trying to pull her away from the balcony until he repeated her name for the third time. Suddenly she was bustling through the halls with him again, but now flushed from panic. "Where's the army commander?" Kerr asked his guards as the sounds of steel and death came closer from below. "We don't know," one guard answered for both of them. "We need the rest of our army," Kerr said. He pointed at one of them. "Go make sure the signal flare has been shot." "Yes, sire." He ran and disappeared around the corner. "We need to defend ourselves until reinforcements arrive," Kerr said. "The northern throne room is the most fortified place within the castle. That's where we'll barricade ourselves. Alabel, get your mother from her quarters, and meet us there. I'll gather all the guards I can find along the way." With her heart pounding, she made her way back to the balcony, where she stopped for a quick look at the enemies pouring in. The stairways were filled by what she now assumed to be trained swordsmen without armor, not commoners with weapons. There were only a few warriors and mages of Cairo left, and each man and woman was killed before Alabel had a chance to recognize who had fallen. The signal flare would alert those who didn't live in the castle and were paid to serve the king. There were thousands. About half of them lived in Cairo City, working at other jobs while awaiting orders. They would be the first to arrive, though it could be an hour before enough of them came to make a difference. The rest were in the other cities, and the academy less than 5 miles away. All were required to defend the castle when commanded, but it certainly would be too late by the time they got there. This shouldn't have happened. There were countless measures to prevent such an attack. How many enemies had poured in through the gaping entrance? It must have been hundreds. She could hear them, now spreading across the second floor. Genevieve should be on the third. Just before Alabel tore herself away from the balcony, she saw the river of enemies finally come to an end. The last two in were a man and a woman, their age difference yet similar features making them appear as mother and son. They weren't dressed as commoners, but as two nobles flaunting their wealth. A red velvet dress covered the woman, except where it was open at her collar. Her bronze skin matched that of her son, who wore a white satin shirt with flared sleeves that showed he had no intention of fighting. As they turned to shut the enormous iron-bark door behind them, the tapestry on their identical cloaks told Alabel of their identity. A pair of outstretched wings, azure in color. These were Tackeries, the most powerful dynasty in Ovira, as well as across the starving ocean. They were the first rulers of Cairo, arriving just after the original settlers came from Green Edge. The Tackeries took over the colonization of the lush territory and ruled for just over 100 years before their tyranny was successfully broken for the first time. Since then, however, they'd retaken the throne in Cairo several times, though no Tackeri kings had remained in power for long. The young man appeared to be nearly the same age as Alabel, meaning he had to be Tywin Tackeri. His presence confirmed what she'd been too panicked to fully realize. This attack was the result of months of planning, likely started during the last war, and only a betrayal of loyalty could have allowed this to happen. But worst of all, it meant the castle really was about to be taken. This all crossed her mind as she hurried down to the third floor. She caught her name in the air among the screams. "Alabel, where are you?" It was her mother's voice. "Here." They met at a corridor and clasped hands. "Uncle wants us to barricade ourselves with him in the northern throne room while we wait for reinforcements." "Let's go." Without letting go of each other, they ran away from the swelling sounds of the battle looming ever closer. "Where's Kerr?" Tywin's men yelled to each other. "Spread out and find him, now!" Their voices faded as Alabel and her mother went deeper into the northern end of the castle on the third floor. Fear caught in her chest at the distant rumble of boots on the stairs. "I have to get something." Alabel dragged her mother toward a medicine room. Genevieve tugged back on her hand. "There's nothing valuable enough to risk your life." "I don't need it for its value, but to save us." She overpowered her mother, and soon Genevieve gave in. Alabel let go of her mother's hand to draw out her key ring. There were about a dozen keys, but she knew which one to grab. Her breathing was sharp as she hurried to open the door. The sounds of resistance had ended. Now she could hear doors breaking and shrieks following. "Grab the smoke potions," she told her mother, while she went for the fire potion. They fled the room soon after. Tywin's men were on their floor, but Alabel heard none in front of her as she took her mother down a long hallway that had never been empty in all of her time at the castle. Everyone must have locked themselves in their rooms. They might actually be safe there, so long as they didn't pose a threat to Tywin, like Alabel and her mother did, sharing a surname with the king. They came at the last corridor before the throne room, and Alabel felt a surge of hope at the sight that lay before her. The last of their army within the castle had gathered outside the door. Warriors, mages, and psychics. The fight wasn't over. Alabel ran with her winded mother as their forces parted to let them through. "Get down!" a warrior brandishing a shield called out. Alabel threw her arm around her mother's back and forced her to the ground. Arrows buzzed over them and crashed against shields as their fighters stepped forward. Their mages shot back with fireballs, the hot wind whipping Alabel's hair and bringing on memories of the battles at the academy. She heard screams behind her, and took a quick look to find an explosion of light. Then two of Tywin's archers sliding across the slick ironbark floor on their backs. But more came into the hall, though these men only wielded swords and halted at the sight of archers and mages aiming at them. They jumped back, out of view. Alabel pulled up her mother and stumbled past the last of their army and into the throne room. Kerr took hold of her and her mother. "Thank the stars you made it." He led them away from the door. "Shut it," he commanded. And the only two swordsmen in the throne room with them stepped out and pulled the ironbark door shut after them. Kerr got his hands on the first of 3 beams of wood held to the wall beside the door. "Help me barricade it." "Why don't those outside the door come in?" Alabel asked as she put her hands on the wood next to Kerr. "Someone needs to protect the rest of the castle's inhabitants taken as hostage," Kerr said. "Or at least try to. Now heave." With Genevieva's help, they slid the lowest beam of wood into its steel holder on the other side of the door. Then they moved the middle beam, then the top one. It wasn't a moment later that the inevitable brawl commenced with a chorus of screams. Scraping and scuffling followed, then flesh ripping and bodies hitting the floor. The unmistakable crash of fireballs beat against the door as the three of them backed away from it. "The army commander!" Genevieve shouted to be heard over the terrible symphony of death. "Dead with the rest of our castle's forces, except for those right outside." "Was the signal sent?" Alabel asked. "I was told so," but there was no hope in his tone. Each throne room was built without windows, only slits for archers to shoot from. It might take some time for a battering ram to get through the door, but the wood and steel eventually would break, and most likely in less time than it took for reinforcements to arrive. Alabel looked around for ideas. There were no lamps. 4 sconces with lit torches illuminated the throne room instead. There were 2 by the door, and 2 at the middle of the side walls, not enough to create a wall of fire once the door went down. Perhaps with a perfectly timed drink of her fire potion, she might be able to kill a few of Tywin's men after they broke in, but it would just anger the rest who lived, increasing the chances of them killing her and her family. "Tywin Thackeray is responsible for this," she told them. "I saw him and a woman who appeared to be his mother enter the castle as if it was already theirs." "Spoiled brat," Kerr said. "He was the first one to come to me about taking the crown, and he was surprised when I didn't hand it over right then." His wrinkled hand coiled into a fist. "I let this happen. I should have had the Thackeray's and the other powerful families watched more carefully. I ignored counsel because I wanted to believe so badly that vigilance promoted distrust. I thought too much caution and poor leadership led to rebellions, but I underestimated the power of greed." He slumped onto his throne. "They would have found a way no matter what, Uncle," Alabel said. "The Thackeray's of the past were the most strict and stifling rulers, yet that only inspired more people to join the rebellion. If anything, we should have had psychics questioning our men's loyalty more frequently." But it wasn't as if Alabel had thought such a thing was necessary either, and there was certainly no point in bringing it up now. The sporadic screams just outside finally came to an end. Kerr stood and moved in front of Alabel as someone tried the door. Genevieve came to stand at Kerr's side. The door shook as men grunted behind it. Alabel heard voices, but couldn't make out any words. A boom against the door startled the 3 of them. Another followed, though it didn't seem loud enough to be a battering ram. Suddenly, there seemed to be 10 of them striking at the door at once. "Boots," she realized gleefully. "They're trying to kick it in. Perhaps they don't have a battering ram ready." "Stop! Stop, you idiots!" A shrill man's voice cut through the pounding. Then everything fell silent, and Genevieve took Alabel's hand. "James Kerr," the same voice announced. "I know you're in there." Kerr took a step toward the door, but made no sound. "Don't say anything," Alabel whispered. He nodded and put up his hand. "Right now you're thinking you might be able to wait for the rest of your men in Cairo City to arrive," shouted the man Alabel figured to be Tywin Thackeray. "But you should know that they're not coming, Kerr. The signal wasn't sent because the men responsible are loyal to me. You should also know that I have far more men than those you've seen so far taking back my family's castle. At this very moment, they're surprising your men in their homes as they're cleaning up after supper or putting their children to bed. In another hour, they'll all be dead, Alabel felt caged by her terror, unable to move or think. All she could do was hope these were lies. "You should now be realizing," Towin continued, "that it's over for you. But if you cooperate and sign the legal document transferring kingship, you and everyone else in my castle who are still alive will remain unharmed. Do you hear that, old man? The best cooks, maids, chemists, stonemasons, blacksmiths, tailors, and everyone else who've assembled here will live, so long as you open this door. But if you don't, I'll start killing them." A burst of fearful shrieks came muffled through the door. Alabel could picture the castle's inhabitants enclosed by a swarm of Tywin's men. Chapter 22. Genevieve jumped in front of Kerr to stop him from going toward the door. "It's a trick. Reinforcements are coming." "I don't think so," Kerr answered. Alabel sadly agreed. "He's at least lying about letting everyone live," Genevieve argued. "I think my mother's right about that," Alabel told Kerr.
"James Kerr!" Tywin screamed. "I'm about to start killing them."
Their silence seemed to have insulted him, anger now coloring his voice.
"I'm coming,"
Kerr yelled back, hurrying to the door. Alabel and her mother helped him slide the wooden beams back, then stepped away. The door swung open to reveal a throng of emotionless men that extended far into the hall. Mixed among them were the inhabitants of the castle, many with swords held at their throats. The small army marched into the room, forcing Alabel and the last of her family back toward the throne. Tywin emerged from between the larger men. He wore a victorious smile, his dark eyes set on Kerr. He wasn't much taller than Alabel or his mother beside him, but he carried himself as if he were the strongest and tallest man in the world. She wanted to drink her fire potion and shoot him with the resulting fireball, but it was unlikely to kill. Tywin's mother stayed behind him and appeared almost frightened. Perhaps she wasn't his mother, but another relative, an aunt or a cousin, for she seemed to look at Tywin not with love, but as if awaiting an order she was hesitant to hear.
"No one else needs to die,"
Tywin intoned with his arms spread, as if he felt guilt about the slaughter he'd already caused.
"I have the document right here."
He took a scroll from his pocket and directed Kerr to sit at the table toward the edge of the room. The rest of his men ushered the castle's inhabitants toward the center of the throne room, and then circled them. Kerr hovered over his chair, refusing to sit.
"You do realize that a document and a crown won't make you king. The people must see you as one. I don't need your advice, old man."
The levity had dropped out of his tone.
"Sign it."
"I will, once you bring one of my psychics here to confirm you'll let my people live." Tywin sneered and stared. No one dared to speak, even as the silence dragged on. Abruptly, he grabbed Kerr by the back of his neck and slammed his head against the table.
"You will sign it now!"
Alabel jumped forward without choosing to, but she was struck in the face after just a step and lost her balance. She flung her hands out to brace her fall. As soon as she hit the ground, one hand went to her cheek to muffle the burning pain. "Don't touch her!" Genevieve screamed, her feet scuffling around beside Alabel. "I'm fine," she tried to tell her mother as she looked up. The man who Alabel assumed was the one who'd struck her let go of her struggling mother and raised his arm as if to hit her.
"Stop!"
shouted the woman who'd come in with Tywin, and the man froze. "There's no need for this, when soon Tywin will be king." Alabel caught a glimmer of disappointment in Tywin's eyes as he continued to press Kerr's face against the table. He quickly smiled it away.
You're right, Mother. You're going to live, Kerr, as well as your people. Now sign it! He gave one last push against the older man's face before letting go. Genevieve helped Alabel to her feet as Kerr scribbled his signature. Now let us go, Kerr demanded as he stood with more confidence and pride than any man should have been able to show in that moment. Tywin whisked out his sword from a sheath that had been covered by his cloak. Everyone fell away from him as the bright bestial steel was revealed. Alabel had only heard of Cleve Polkin possessing such a sword, for they were made in Greenedge, and there was no trading done over the starving ocean. Cleve had gone to Greenedge and come back with the weapon and a horse, neither of which had been seen before by any living person in Ovira. To see the same weapon in Tywin's hand no doubt meant he had support from the Tackeries across the starving ocean. The bestial steel was a spectrum of reds, oranges, and yellows swirled together like marble. The weapon itself seemed to glow, as if able to brighten a dark room, yet no actual light could be seen emanating from it. There was nothing more expensive in the world, and nothing more deadly. Kerr was the only one who didn't cower from the weapon. Tywin regarded the blade admirably, carefully sliding one hand along its flat side. I've done everything you've asked, Kerr said, finally taking a step away from the young Tackery. Any man can be king, Tywin practically sang, the lilt of his noble accent growing heavier with his sense of importance. One just needs the right amount of wealth. Maintaining kingship is the real challenge. Genn Tackery, the first king of Cairo, ruled for 55 years. 55! 3 years in, there was an uprising. But Genn crushed his enemies so severely that no one challenged his leadership again. Death finally took away his crown, and his son, Derivar Tackery, then ruled for 51 years. He was taught so well by his father that history tells us of no battles, even though the people were unhappy. Since his death from old age, Cairo has seen many battles for the crown, but no one has ruled even half as long as Genn or Derivar, until my grandfather, Ryn Tackery, took the throne after his father was poisoned. Tywin seemed to enjoy holding everyone's gaze, relishing the silence between his words with a haughty grin. He ruled for 29 years, but much had changed by then. Spies and disloyalty were rampant. Countless attempts were made on his life. Yet he still managed to rule until Weston Kimmard took over and beheaded my grandfather heinously in a mockery of trial in front of all of Cairo. I was not yet born, but I still know that you stood behind him, Kerr. Tywin pointed his sword threateningly, but Kerr didn't move or speak. Tywin laughed at the other man's lack of reaction, snatched up the document of his kingship, and held it above his head. I am now king. I may be young, but I have learned everything there is to know about ruling. Suddenly Tywin thrust forward, sticking the blade of his sword deep into Kerr's chest, as if his flesh were made of butter. Alabel shrieked, but hands around her arms and shoulders stopped her from moving. Kerr appeared shocked as he grabbed the table to keep from falling. I'm not going to make the same mistake as my elders. Tywin held onto the sword's handle nonchalantly as he spoke, its other end still buried in her great-uncle's chest. Kerr took hold of it with both shaking hands, too weak to pry it out. Anyone who poses a threat dies. Tywin looked over his shoulder at the horrified audience of castle inhabitants and began to shout. any act of defiance, any hint of disloyalty, and you and anyone you've consorted with will die."
Alabel couldn't contain her tears. Part of her knew she and her mother were next after such a statement, but she was too overwhelmed by sadness to think about an escape. Kerr now had one hand on the blade, still stuck in his chest, and the other on the table, struggling but managing to stand on his feet. "You've just proven what kind of—" Blood and spit flew out of his mouth with every word. "Leader you're going to be."
"No, so far I've only proven what kind of leader you were."
Towin heaved the blade even deeper into Kerr, producing a sickening sound as it came out the other side. Then he jerked the blade out of Kerr's chest. With a strangled cry, Kerr finally fell. His limbs sprawled as he lay motionless. Alabel's knees wanted to give out as she sobbed, but she needed strength now more than ever. She dried her eyes and made herself look away from her dead great-uncle, the need for vengeance burning in her chest.
"Now, who else in this room has Kerr at the end of their name?"
Towin seemed to be asking the castle's inhabitants. From the corner of her eye, she noticed her mother's hands fiddling in her pocket. "She's readying the smoke potions to be mixed." Alabel's drive for revenge made her immune to fear as she pulled the fire potion from her pocket and drank a gulp. If any of Towin's men noticed, they raised no alarm. They have no idea they should be afraid of a young woman drinking from a vial, but they will from now on. Stefan de Roby, one of the most well-known chemists at the Academy, had invented the substance she'd just consumed. Alabel was one of many chemists who'd learned how to control the surge of bestial energy the potion created in her body, but it hadn't yet become known outside of the Academy. Towin had chosen a cook at random to threaten, pressing his bestial steel sword against the plump man's stomach.
"You see any other Kerrs?"
Alabel was certain the cook knew of her and her mother.
"And if you lie," Towin continued, "you will be killed. My psychics can confirm the truth."
He began in a shaky voice, but then stopped.
"Answer me."
The cook stalled, pretending to search. Alabel gave her mother a look. "Now," she mouthed. Genevieve drew the 2 vials, poured one into the other, then put the stopper back on. "Towin, this woman is doing something." The swordsman who spoke stood behind Genevieve and grabbed her shoulder.
"What?"
Towin pushed through the ranks of men and women. His eyes found nothing, even as they fell upon Genevieve.
"She mixed something and put it in her pocket."
Towin sighed at the man as if he was slow-witted.
"Well, then fetch it."
Alabel had taken as much time as she could to allow her mother's smoke potion to mix. Her body was a furnace from the fire potion, and she needed to expel the heat before she burned from the inside out. She aimed her palm at Towin and forced out the energy in a burst. The fireball formed and shot forward in the same instant, but the heat from it was still enough to scorch her palm. Towin's reflexes were surprisingly good. The man got his whole arm in front of his chest. His scream was sweet on Alabel's ears nonetheless, as he somersaulted backward, his arm remaining aflame even as he came to a stop.
"Help! Put it out!"
he screamed, completely overtaken by fear and pain. Alabel heard the breaking of her mother's vial. Smoke began to expand between them and Towin. Alabel wished she had time for one last look at her great-uncle, but she was too busy ducking under the swing of a fist. She surprised her attacker by shouldering him into his comrade, who held her mother. Both men stumbled as they reached for their weapons. Alabel and her mother found each other's hands as the smoke enveloped everyone. It was as thick as smoke from a fire, but it spread like water breaking free from a dam, filling the entire throne room in 2 breaths' time. Alabel couldn't see past her mother, but she knew the direction of the door. A chorus of coughing surrounded them, nearly drowning out Tywin's screams. Alabel hoped the fire would take his arm, if not his life. Hands grabbed at her, but none could hold on as she and her mother fought their way to the door. Were they out of the throne room by now? Yes, Alabel saw one of the paintings that told her she was in the hall. She kept along the wall. At the first turn, Alabel finally could see the end of the smoke ahead. Behind them were shouts about stopping two women trying to escape. Alabel shared no words with her mother as they fled, hands held tightly. They came out of the smoke and slid to a stop, the fine carpet bunching at their feet. Two swordsmen and an archer stood at the end of the hall. The archer readied an arrow. Before Alabel could react, her mother jumped in front of her. She screamed as the arrow impaled her in the lower back. Alabel caught her as she fell and dragged her into an empty bedroom as another arrow flew by. Genevieve somehow found her footing and slammed the door shut. But the lock had already been broken, likely from someone else being taken out of this room, and the door wouldn't stay closed. Alabel heard the swordsman running and yelling.
"They're here!"
"The dresser," Genevieve gasped. She helped her mother push it in front of the door, the arrow slowing Genevieve greatly and causing her to wince with each movement. They got the wardrobe behind the dresser as the swordsman came to the other side of the door and started to kick. Alabel pushed a heavy table behind the dresser next. It was the last bulky item in the room besides the bed, which sat beneath the only window and was too large to move. She ran to the window, only to remember they were on the 3rd floor, and the floors of the castle were about twice the height of the floors in most other buildings. There was no way to survive a jump. The door seemed to be holding against the boots and shoulders of what sounded to be only 3 men. More would be coming soon, however. Alabel's fear had finally caught up with her as she looked around the room and found nothing that would get them out the window. Blood stained her mother's clothes. She looked ready to collapse. "The sheets," Genevieve said as she tried to pull them off the bed. She groaned and her knees buckled momentarily. But she managed to get the top one free as Alabel came to help. She pulled off the rest of the bedding and separated it. There were only 2 sheets and 1 blanket they could use. "It won't be long enough to get us to the ground," Alabel said as she rolled 1 sheet in preparation of tying it to the others. "It'll at least get us closer." They rolled and tied the fabric quickly as more of Tywin's men gathered outside and beat against the door. There were no shouts for them to give up with the promise of letting them live. After what had happened to her great-uncle, no one would believe their lives would be spared at this point. Alabel heard the door crack as she tied one end of the rope of sheets around the head of the bed. Her mother opened the window and dangled the other end of the sheets out. Alabel finished tying. "Go, Mother." "You first." Genevieve braced her knees against the bed as if she needed to help support Alabel's weight. There was no time to argue. The door gave its final crack as wood exploded against the back of the tall wardrobe. Hoping the bed could hold both of them when Genevieve followed, Alabel swung her legs out of the window and began to descend hand over hand. She held tight, but moved quickly. Looking up, she expected to find her mother's feet, but saw only the sky. "Hurry, Mother! Go faster!" Genevieve yelled back, still inside. What was she doing? Fear pricked her heart. "She's giving her life to keep them from getting to me." "Mother!" She screamed in desperation. "Come on!" But Alabel instead heard a scuffle and her mother's screams. "Go, Alabel!" Genevieve's cry was tinged with agony. Alabel looked down and nearly fell from the shock. The ground was dreadfully far, dizzying her as she gasped. The tail end of the sheets wiggled like a snake as she moved. She picked up the pace, her arms becoming numb. She screamed as something hit her shoulder from above. One of her hands slipped off. She held on with the other as she swayed violently. There was no time to wait for the sheets to steady. She found purchase with her other hand again, and moved even quicker. They would throw something else at her any moment, or just cut the sheet. She was almost at the end, but the makeshift rope had begun to shake so violently she could barely hold on. Then it went completely slack in her hands. A moment of terror seized her as she clung to the loose sheets. Her wits returned, and she attempted to land on her feet. She hit the grass hard and rolled. Her knees and ankles stung, buckled, but didn't break. She jumped up and spun to untangle herself from the sheets. Then she found her mother. Genevieve lay on her back, the grass stained by a pool of blood around her. Her eyes were open, the split in her skull long enough to reach from one side of her head to the other. Her stomach had been pierced by many blades, her flesh barely holding together. Alabel couldn't move or even blink. Her mother must have protected her until her last breath. The sounds of the city finally found her ears. The capital was in a state of panic, people clearing the streets or standing and screaming as they watched others being killed. Alabel was too overwhelmed by grief and fear to understand what she was seeing. Realizing she was on the northern end of the castle and that she didn't want to risk going around past the entrance, she chose north. Her arms ached, but not as badly as her feet. Her right ankle especially hurt as she began to sprint. Someone was shouting from the castle window for her to be stopped, but his voice was too faint for anyone to hear above the panic of the citizenry. As Alabel came to the next street, she witnessed a group of Tywin's men dragging a body out of a house while ignoring the screaming woman following them out the door. Alabel recognized the dead man as a warrior from the academy. Just like her, he'd graduated only a few months ago. Tywin wasn't just killing those loyal to Kerr, but anyone who might be disloyal to him. His men probably had the names and addresses of everyone in the army, likely given out by a traitor high among Kerr's staff, for there were only a few people with access to that information. Fortunately for Alabel, these murderers didn't recognize her as she followed the streets north. Rage fought against her grief and shock. She just needed somewhere to go. Then she could figure out what to do next. She could turn east and try for Oakshan. Once there, she could spread word and gather support to squelch the rebellion, though it was unlikely to work. She didn't know the names and addresses of her fellow army men and women, nor if they would stand with her if she found them. It was even more likely that Tywin already had a plan in action for Oakshan as well as Trentyre to the south. That left either Gendok, which was more a town by the sea than a city with capable fighters, or the Academy. As soon as the thought came to mind, she had her answer. Taryn always knew what to do. Chapter 23. Cleve's uncle stood at the center of Redfield. "Hurry, and be seated," he called out to the sleepy-eyed students making their way along the benches. The headmaster's severe tone stirred them. Rila reached for Cleve's hand and clasped it tightly. Mage instructors in the front cast light upon the stadium's rows to help everyone find a place quickly. Taryn continued to hurry them along until everyone was seated. The mage instructors let out their lights, leaving just the argent glow from the moon. All went quiet. "I was attacked while I slept," Taryn announced. Startled cries could be heard all over the stadium. He held up his arms and yelled for silence. Not even a whisper could be heard, the respect for the headmaster palpable as all waited to hear what he'd say next. "The attacker is dead. He was a psychic, wielding a dagger, unlike the one found in Nick Galilo's room. We know nothing of his identity. However, there are enough similarities between the two attacks for us to believe this man might be responsible for both. Unfortunately, the reasoning behind Nick's killing is still to be determined. It's clear that my life was to be taken in preparation for something else,
Most likely an attempt on the Academy. Voices broke out again, but Terran quickly hushed the crowd. This means battle training will need to take precedence over normal classes, like last year. Sounds of disbelief and panic echoed around the stadium. Terran couldn't quell them this time, shouting as long as he could to no avail. Cleve might have stood and joined the storm of panic if he hadn't already known this news was coming. Instead, he and Rila remained seated, quietly holding hands. Effie and Alex were beside them, just as stoic. The same for Stefan and Basin on Cleve's other side. There is more that needs to be said, Terran boomed. Alex stood and cupped his hands around his mouth. Shut up and listen to Terran! Others mimicked Alex, spreading the word. It rippled around the stadium until all were seated and quiet in fearful expectation. The next few days will tell us exactly what this all means. But we have to be cautious. A wall guard was killed, most likely by my assailant. I have sent an order by pigeon to the king about this breach, requesting 100 more men to watch our walls. No one, not even instructors, will be living alone anymore. Every house will have at least one warrior, mage, or capable psychic. Doors and windows are to be locked at all times. Terran! A wall guard ran into the stadium. A flutter of gasps erupted from the audience as even Cleve joined them in standing this time, his heart in his throat. What is it? Terran asked. An army approaches from the south. The armored bowman stopped just inside the entrance, showing he wanted to return from where he came. It's too dark to see their numbers, but they approach from the capital. I know it doesn't make sense, but... It does make sense, Terran interrupted. Someone means to take the Academy, and it's not our king. Everyone retrieve your weapons and armor and meet at the southern wall for orders. Go now, and be brave. He clapped his hands. Go! It had been months since Cleve had taken a life. He could feel himself hardening from the inside out as the familiar feeling came back, his nerves dulling. He ran with his housemates, Effie muttering curses. We might not need to fight, Eff, Rila said. If only that had ever been true, I might let myself believe it. It doesn't mean war yet, Cleve broke in. And even if it does, just take it one day at a time. Tonight we might need to defend our walls. Only worry about that. It doesn't make sense, Stefan said. No army would come from the capital to take the Academy unless they've already taken the capital. Their conversation halted at that thought. Cleve picked up his speed. The others stayed beside him. Are you saying that's what happened, Stefan? Effie asked. I don't see any other explanation. Unfortunately, Cleve had never known Stefan to be wrong about matters such as this. What does that mean for the king? He's likely dead. Stefan, Rila chided. What? I don't care how certain you might be. Don't spread the idea that our king has been killed, especially not before battle. Effie clicked her tongue. I thought you said there might not be a battle, Rila. Let's just keep quiet for now, Cleve interrupted. When we get to the southern wall, we'll get our orders from Terran. By everyone's reticence, it seemed they agreed. Like most of the student warriors, Cleve owned no armor. It had been provided by the Academy, and would be again. He'd seen Warrior Sneery and other instructors go east from Redfield instead of west, and Cleve knew it was to gather all the armor they could from the storage house. Once home, Cleve went straight for the weapons chest he'd moved into Rila's room. His bestial steel sword was already in a sheath attached to the belt he wore, for the invaluable weapon never left his body, except when he slept. Everything else remained in the chest his father had bought him too long ago to remember. He buckled his quiver to the right side of his belt, filled it with as many arrows as he could fit comfortably, and grabbed the tall longbow that had belonged to his father. It didn't matter if Cleve was on his way to train
or hurrying to defend the Academy's walls against an army. Every time he held the ironbark bow, he thought of his father, and then his mother. The memories of his murdered parents used to bring him such pain that he'd forced himself to bury them where his mind couldn't reach. But that was long ago, when he was a different man. Now these emotions brought him strength as he ran toward the wall with Rila at his side. It was almost as if he could feel his father watching over his shoulder. If there was one thing he could change about the Academy, it would be the height of the walls. From their parapets to the ground was only 10 feet, and it didn't feel high enough as Cleve joined what appeared to be half of the Academy gathered around the locked gate. No doubt the other half was on the way. Terran's orders were never ignored. No one fled. No one cowered. Cleve's bright bestial steel sword attracted stares, but seemed to give people comfort. They often nodded or smiled, and he responded with nods of his own. Looking around the crowd, Cleve realized he recognized most everyone here. That's why they don't appear frightened. These are all 3rd years and 2nd years. The 1st-year houses were the farthest from Redfield and from the southern gate, but Cleve's house was the same distance as theirs. Fear and panic must have slowed them. This was the part Cleve hated the most of any battle. The waiting. Terran wouldn't speak until everyone was here. Cleve separated from Rila for the moment to join his uncle above the gate for a glimpse at their enemies. The deep blue sky was bright with stars, but the land was overcast in darkness. The approaching fighters looked no different than the trees they passed between, except for movement. Whoever they were, they couldn't be more than a mile away. Good. Let them come. Terran handed over a spyglass. Use those eyes you've got from my brother, and tell me what you see. He pointed at something glowing a good distance in front of the army. Cleve looked through the spyglass and immediately recognized the silhouette of a woman, but he couldn't tell more than that. She seems to be wearing or holding something that's giving off light. Maybe a wand. It's near her hand, I think. How far in front of the army does she appear to you? Cleve strained his eyes as he glanced back and forth between the woman and the following army. 400 or 500 yards. She seems to be limping. Definitely moving slower than the army. I don't think she's going to make it in time if she's trying to escape them. Then the woman began to wave her light as if signaling. Can I use the spyglass? Basin asked, stepping between Cleve and his uncle and reaching for it. Cleve hadn't known Basin was there. He put the spyglass up to his eye. Do you know her? Cleve asked. I might. Basin leaned out over the parapet as if it would help, then muttered to himself. Shit. Alabel, what in God's world are you doing out there? How could you know it was her? Cleve asked. That glowing light is not a wand. It seems to be around her wrist, which tells me it's an Acherel stone on a bracelet. A what? Then it's likely the castle was attacked, as I thought, Terran said, as he and Basin ignored Cleve. She must have gotten out. Open the gate, Basin called to those below. Hold, Terran shouted, grabbing Basin's shoulder. They're going to shoot her before she's close enough for you to help her. His tone shared none of the same panic as Basin's. It's pointless. I have to try. Basin started climbing over the parapets. Just have the gate open and ready to be shut when I get back. Before Cleve or Terran could say anything, Basin swung his other leg over, held on while extending his body down, and then let himself drop. She's half a mile away, Cleve finally sputtered, though only Terran was left to hear it. He can't expect to get to her before the army is close enough to shoot. My exact thoughts. And even if they avoid being hit, how can he carry her all the way back? Then Cleve realized what he had to do. He handed Terran his bow, and then detached his quiver. Terran took them reluctantly. Cleve, we finished first on Endurance Day. There's no one better. Cleve,
You just said they'll be able to shoot her by the time he gets there. But Cleve was already on the ground, running. Chapter 24. After 3.5 miles of trying to run on her injured ankle, Alabel couldn't put weight on it any longer. The academy was still a half-mile away, and Tauen's men were catching up quickly. They hadn't come all this way from the capital just for her, but she could think of no reason why they wouldn't shoot someone in her position, fleeing from the capital to the academy, where they were certainly headed to capture it for Tauen. They wouldn't waste their arrows attempting to shoot farther than 100 yards, but that wasn't a distance she could maintain. A creeping fear of death kept her limping through the pain, but she knew in her heart she wouldn't make it. Yet she wouldn't give up. She'd burned Tauen's arm, and hopefully more, but she could feel he was still alive. If it came to her last breath, she would right this wrong. The pull of exhaustion was so strong that she found her eyes closing as she hobbled on. While her right ankle was ruined for the moment, spasms racked her left leg because of the extra strain it had been forced to bear. She stumbled over a rock buried in the dirt. Her reflexes forced her right foot down so she wouldn't fall. The sudden weight made her scream, and she hit the ground anyway. Trying to get up on one foot, Alabel slipped and almost used her right leg again. Dry sobs heaved out of her chest, for she was too parched and tired to cry. By the time she got back up, she could hear the voices of the army behind her. They were ever closer, draining the last of her hope. Suddenly she saw 2 silhouettes against the shadow of the academy's wall. They appeared to be running toward her, not just running, sprinting. With her hope returning, she hopped, limped, and hobbled toward them, alternating between whatever moved her the quickest. But she could clearly hear the army behind her now, not just their voices but the thud of their boots. Their stride was fast and steady, showing no signs of fatigue. She checked their distance. They couldn't be more than 100 yards away now. Soon they would begin to shoot. A shadow took shape in the sky as something soared out from them. The first arrow. She tripped and fell, trying to dodge it. 2 more followed, one of them landing close enough to pull a quick shriek from her throat. She considered removing her Acherel stone, its light a beacon amidst the sea of darkness. But the 2 figures coming for her from the academy were near. She couldn't risk delaying them, as they were her only hope. She kept her eyes on them as they closed in, arrows now falling around them as well. Unable to move farther, she tucked herself into a ball and waited for either death or rescue. "Alabel, is that you?" "Yes." She recognized his smooth tenor. "Basin?" "Yes, and Cleve Polkin is with me." The 2 men jumped apart from each other as an arrow struck between them. Another arrow whizzed by, close enough to Alabel's arm for her to feel its wind. Did Tauen's men know it was her, and this was why they were expending so many arrows for the kill? Or were they simply bloodthirsty? Basin and Cleve came up to her sides and swept her up. Although they'd sprinted all the way to her, they maintained nearly the same speed with her in their arms. The arrows sliced down farther and farther from them, and soon no more came. "Thank you," Alabel wept without tears. "You would do the same," Basin huffed out. "Do you know who ordered the men behind us?" Cleve asked. "Tauen Takari." "No." Cleve dropped his hold on her for a moment. Fortunately, Basin was agile enough to keep her from falling. He yanked her against his taut chest and wrapped an arm beneath her legs. "Sorry," Cleve said, and helped support half her weight once again. "Are you certain it was him?" "I couldn't be more certain." "Does he have the support of Goldrum's army?" Cleve asked. Alabel had never thought about that. Would Danvel Takri really send men over the starving ocean just to support Tauen? They're distant cousins at best. "Danvel Takri is dead," Cleve grunted out in his husky voice. "But there are many more Takaris still alive who might, like his son." If anyone would know, it was Cleve and Rila.
who'd gone to Goldrum before the year had ended. Alabel hadn't spoken to them during her time at the academy, but she'd seen the gorgeous couple around, and it was impossible to attend the school without knowing of them. However, Alabel had heard nothing about their trip across the starving ocean. "Why would the Tackeries in Goldrum want to support Towin?" she asked. "Many of them believe Cairo belongs to them." This wasn't a surprise. Cairo had been ruled by a Tackery more often than not. The longest non-Tackery family to rule was the Kimmards, and their reign had just ended in the last war. "What would it mean if Towin was in contact with the Tackeries across the sea?" Basin asked. "Then we would have no hope of winning this war," Cleve answered bluntly. From what Alabel had heard of Cleve, he'd never been known to exaggerate. Basin peered into her eyes. "Are you all right?" The question gave her a surge of emotion as she began to sob. "Towin killed my great-uncle, then tried to kill me and my mother. His men got to my mother before we could escape. She died making sure I would be safe." The strain of the words exhausted her further, as her sobs racked her battered body. "I'm so sorry, Alabel," Basin said, and she could feel his desire to shield her from further heartache. She wanted to curl up in his warmth and cry until her strength returned. "Did they kill everyone in the castle?" Basin asked. "Everyone armed with a sword, wand, or psyche." "What about the rest of the capital?" "I saw many bodies dragged out onto the street for display." He paused, then asked cautiously, "Do you know if my father was one of them?" How could she forget to tell Basin what she knew of Henry? "I should have mentioned it earlier. He likely made it to Oakshin by the time the attack began. But I don't know if Oakshin has been taken too. I wish I knew what became of him and the others who went with him, but I don't." "I think he's still alive," Basin said. "Don't ask me why, because I have no idea." "Because it's healthy to have such hope," Cleve told him. "Don't let it go." They finally arrived at the open southern gate. Cleve and Basin showed signs of heavy fatigue. Alabel looked behind her one last time. The army was near enough to appear as more than shadows. She could make out the shapes of their heads and bodies between the black outlines of trees around them. Her chest filled with pride as her rescuers carried her through the gate and into the heart of the Academy's army. Young men and women, the best of their age, gathered around the three of them. The warriors were dressed in leather armor, all of them standing taller than most grown men, except one who appeared to be a woman. "Alabel!" She recognized Sonya as the woman ran to her and embraced her. "Are you all right?" "Yes, thanks to Basin and Cleve. It's good to see you, Sonya." Alabel heard a few people asking each other about her and her glowing bracelet. Terran appeared beside her, with a concerned but determined look on his face. Seeing him and being within the Academy's walls again brought back a sense of home. She'd spent 2 years here, and owed her life to Terran's brilliant leadership. He always inspired her to be her best self. It was an honor to be standing in his presence again, even if it was on one leg while using Basin's arm for balance. "I'm glad to see you again, Alabel," the headmaster said. "What can you tell us about the approaching army?" As quickly and concisely as she could, she spoke of Towin and his mother coming to claim the castle and killing everyone loyal to Kerr. "The army must be coming to take the Academy," she concluded with confidence. "There might be a trick involved. Towin forced my great-uncle to sign over leadership and then killed him anyway. Towin's men then killed my mother and tried to kill me as well." "Terran!" Warrior Sneery called from the wall above. "They're almost here." "Basin, take her where she'll be safe," Terran said. "We'll speak after this is done, Alabel." "Thank you." Basin whisked her up in his arms again and out from among the throng of Academy students. Soon the sound of his breathing and the crunch of his footsteps were all she could hear. "I see you brought the Acherel stone," he said. I was in the vault when the attack happened, and I didn't see reason in leaving it. Good choice. I'd like to stay where I can see the wall, she requested. Just set me down there. She pointed to the first building in the long clearing from the southern gate, the classroom for Group 1 mages. He set her on her feet, but she sank in order to sit. He took her hand to help her down. I would stay and watch the show with you, he quipped, but the stage is calling me. It's my first performance, so I should be there on cue. Wait, Basin. She removed the Acorel bracelet, careful not to touch the hot stone at its center. Use it carefully. He nodded as she tied the strings around his wrist. Then he stared at her and didn't move. Go. I'm fine. Are you sure? Yes. But as he left her, she realized that no, she wasn't fine. She wept into her hands as all the terrible memories of the day assailed her. Then her crying became uncontrollable as she realized that the night was still young. Chapter 25. Terran came to a risky plan rather quickly. Basin gauged the reactions of his fellow students to see if they thought this was as dangerous as he did. The older students watched and listened, a clear trust in their eyes. They looked like seasoned soldiers standing before a respected officer. But the first years, the 16 and 17-year-olds like Basin, glanced around as if expecting someone to come up with a better plan. I have no experience with matters like these, complained Wilfrey, the late king's liaison. From what Basin understood, the man had been Kerr's eyes and ears, traveling between the castle and the academy, and holding meetings with the headmaster and other instructors to further the king's plans. You would be the man in charge if I had fallen, Terran said in a cold voice that left no room for argument. You must speak for the academy, whether or not you have experience doing so. If you're nervous, then use it in the act. Students and instructors, a distant voice thundered. Come to the top of the wall, so we may speak. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Terran's face before he gestured toward the ramp leading up to the southern wall. Basin went with hundreds of mages and archers, taking a spot beside Cleve over the center of the wall, the southern gate below them. He kept his left arm below the parapets so the glow of the Acorel bracelet was mostly hidden from his enemies, and also from his instructors. They wouldn't trust him enough to use it without hurting their own. Considering how powerful it was, he didn't blame them. As the rest of the mages and archers got into place, Basin studied Tywin's army. His enemies' faces were hidden in darkness as they stood in rows 100 yards away. One man walked out to separate himself from the rest. Bravely, he continued onward until he was only about 30 yards from the wall, where even mages like Basin could shoot him. The tall man's wand came alive with light. He aimed upon himself, revealing a familiar face that shocked Basin to his core. My name is Abeth Max. I've come here to give you all a choice. His brown hair was short and matted, and he still had the patch of hair sprouting beneath his bottom lip, like the last time Basin had seen him. Basin always assumed Abeth had died in the war. Even more of a surprise was that this man, who had taught Basin nearly everything he knew about Bastille and Sarsha's energy, wielded a sword in his other hand. Did he even know how to use it? Basin had never seen him on the training field with Tenred's swordsmen. Abeth paused after his introduction to study the academy's mages and archers. Basin lowered his head, not wanting to be recognized. If he was, nothing was said of it. Where are the rest of the students and instructors? Abeth yelled. There was fury beneath his tone, waiting to come out if he wasn't answered. The entire academy is gathered here, and within earshot, Wilfrey replied, his nerves evident in the quiver of his voice.
You must be the liaison. Your body was not found among those in the castle."
There was a long silence as everyone stared at Wilfrey, the air swelling with anticipation for him to speak.
"What do you want with the Academy?" he uttered in his shallow voice. "I want to see it remain as it is, with everyone who can hear me still alive by the end of this night."
Abbott spread his arms and raised his voice, speaking to everyone now.
"In case any of you weren't aware, James Kerr is dead, and Tywin Thackeray is the new king of Cairo. Every one of you needs to decide if you'll stand with Tywin or against him. There is no other choice in the matter. If you're an instructor who stands with him, you'll remain at the Academy and continue to be paid by the king. If you're a student, you'll continue to improve your skills until you graduate. Depending on your class and ability, you'll find work and lead a good life. You'll have King Tywin's support. This is the choice all of you want to make. Even you, Liaison Wilfrey. You've done a fine job for the Kimmard family, and then for James Kerr, and Tywin will continue to employ you. But you won't be the head of the Academy. That's my role now."
"And for those who don't go along with this?" Wilfrey asked fearfully.
"They'll die tonight, like James Kerr, Terran Polkin, and so many others we've removed. You don't want to test our power. We're capable of things never seen before, things you'll learn and use to your advantage if you show the proper loyalty."
It was as Terran had assumed. The assassin was sent to kill him as part of a plan to take the Academy. But it further proved Basin's original thought that Nick's murder had nothing to do with any of this. He was convinced now. Nick's death had to be a result of Basin making the portal in his room, though he still couldn't figure out how it fit in with everything. "I'm sorry, Nick. I'll find whoever killed you and return the favor."
"No one else needs to die,"
Abbott continued, speaking in the soothing voice Basin had heard for years during his training.
"If you set down your weapons and open the gate, this can end. We'll walk inside and begin the transition. In just a few days, everything will be back to how it was."
"You won't make any changes to the way the Academy is run?" Wilfrey asked.
"No. King Tywin values the Academy as much as his cities. He plans to maintain everything as it is, and I will oversee it all as I work with him. There will be no new rules, no changes in salary, and no fighting."
It seemed believable. Why would Tywin want to kill all of them when he could use them instead? After all, the Academy was built to increase the power of the army by training elite young men and women. Upon acceptance, everyone signed a contract pledging service to the reigning king. Kerr's death would have voided any current contracts, so everyone likely would have to sign new ones. But Tywin had proved he couldn't be trusted. Alabel was living proof. Even if Tywin's new pet, Abbott, meant what he said, Tywin certainly wouldn't let Alabel live considering her bloodline. God's mercy, they'd even shot at her, Basin, and Cleve not long ago. How could Basin even consider surrendering? For a moment, fear and the desire to avoid battle had ruled his thoughts. He found his courage and pushed his doubts aside. However, he couldn't be sure what the thousands standing beside him wanted. Not everyone had seen him and Cleve retrieve Alabel while being shot at, and even fewer had heard Alabel telling Terran not to trust anything Tywin promised. It all came down to their loyalty to Terran.
Liaison Wilfrey, it's time to make your choice for the people of the Academy, Abeth said. If you look carefully at the army behind me, you'll see that we have twice as many people as you do. We've come prepared with rope and a battering ram, and we have thousands more on the Fajalajan Mountains, waiting for my signal. You'll be attacked from the north and the south, and all students and instructors will be killed in a brutal battle that could have been avoided. It will be a waste of human life based not on pride, but on stubbornness. He glanced at the students watching, giving time for his words to sink in. Order everyone to throw their weapons over the wall, Wilfrey, and then open the gate. I will allow you and your men to enter, Wilfrey said with shocking quickness. But we don't know each other well enough yet for me to order the discard of everyone's weapons. You'll have an insurmountable advantage once you're within these walls, and that's what I can allow. Free entrance. No one here wants to fight if it can be avoided. Once all of your men are inside, we will all drop our weapons at the same time, shake hands, and put this behind us. Basin could no longer tell if this was a ruse or what Wilfrey really wanted. He seemed like a scared man with desperate hope in his voice. Abeth wore a victorious smile. Order everyone off the wall. Open the gate, and we will enter peacefully. Wilfrey cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted in each direction. Off the wall! Off the wall! Open the gate! No one moved. Perhaps Wilfrey was wrong, and they did want to fight. Basin knew he did, for he didn't trust anyone speaking for Tywin, even the same master mage who'd been his mentor for years. He could feel Cleave's eagerness to shoot his bow by the way he held it in a firm grip. It was likely others felt the same. Get off the wall now! Wilfrey yelled again. And open the gate! A collective grumble of complaint rumbled through the cold night air as students and instructors began walking down the ramps. Basin followed Cleave as two men unlatched the bolts of the gate and walked the creaking steel outward to open it. Don't let them in! Alabel shouted, but she was too far away to be heard by most. She limped toward them in a hurry, shouting again. Stop! They're going to kill us all! But she wasn't privy to the plan, though Basin couldn't be sure it would be followed now. Halfway down the ramp, everyone's pace changed from a walk to a run as Taran waved his arm to direct them. Quickly now, he said. Make room for everyone to get down, but stay near the ramp. Basin could see the same happening on the other ramps along the 2-mile-long wall. Wilfrey was the only man to remain atop it. Everyone has descended, and the gate is open. You and your men may enter. There was a sharp whistle from outside the wall. The sound of marching followed. There wasn't much time. Now, back up there, Taran ordered. Stay low and do not be seen. The students ran back up the ramps, ducking as they approached the top. Basin returned to his same spot beside Cleave, but now they lay flat on their stomachs and could only hear the approaching army. Nearly face to face with Cleave, Basin could see nothing else. He listened as everyone hurried to get in place, most of them mages. He smiled. They would fight. Tell me you know how to use that thing on your wrist, Cleave prodded. Not a clue. Basin wondered if Abeth approached with his men, or if he would stay back until all had entered. Basin had never known him to be particularly cautious during their lessons, part of the reason why Penny's anger had been such a surprise. She would take away the Acherel stone in an instant if she saw it. The marching boots came closer. Basin itched to hear the order he knew was coming. He and Cleave brought in their hands and knees to get ready to push themselves up.
Basin turned his head to look at Wilfrey. The liaison slowly extended his arm behind him, making a fist. "Now!" Terran commanded. Basin jumped to his feet, in unison with 1,000 mages and hundreds of archers. It was a shock to see his enemies so close, the front of their army just reaching the gate. A few looked back at him and realized what was about to happen as Basin gathered bestial energy. "Ambush!" they shouted to each other. After drawing energy from the air, Basin pulled out the extra energy from his Acherel stone and forced it together with his cluster. It felt like ripping a rock from the earth that was then too heavy to hold. Fortunately, he already had the Sartius energy from his wand mixing into the burning bestial energy. Heat blasted the entire front of his body, scorching his hand. He fell backward in reflex as he closed his eyes and let the momentum of the BE take the fireball into the ground below. Screams rang out as an explosion brightened the night like a flash of lightning. Basin scrambled back to his feet in time to see the aftermath, swirling pillars of fire intertwined as they rose toward the sky, a crater in the dirt 10 feet in diameter, and 20 men strewn in every direction, their limbs on fire. Countless more fireballs showered down on the long, snaking line of Tywin's men. Arrows rained down on those farther out. Basin joined his fellow mages in casting wave after wave of fireballs. Beside him, Cleve drew 2 arrows for every breath and shot them too fast for Basin to keep track. The army fled in every direction. Some even crossed through the gate and tried to fight off the hordes of warriors led by Terran. Basin watched as their bodies somersaulted back out. After just a few moments, there were no more men in range for Basin to shoot. They'd all run, leaving 1,000 bodies, many still burning. Cleve shot arrow after arrow, amazing Basin with his impeccable aim, as each one found flesh 50 yards out, 60, 70, then even 100, as Cleve continued to shoot with grunts of strain. Soon all of the mages stopped, leaving just a few archers like Cleve to keep going. But there was one man who did not flee. He walked toward them, screaming something, yet he was too far away to hear. Terran came to stand behind Cleve and Basin, putting his hand on Cleve's shoulder to stop him. "It's Abith," Cleve argued. "I realize that. Wait until he gets closer." Cleve smiled and took his hand off his string. Terran turned and gave the order to cease firing, his deep voice as loud as thunder in Basin's ear. Quiet came over them, save the sizzling bodies and Abith's distant screams that made him sound like a madman. Basin could only catch one word for every 10 yelled at them. "Fools! Death! Shit! Mothers! Idiots!" Abith had his wand in one hand, his sword in the other, waving both manically as he remained the only one walking toward them. "Wilfrey!" Terran called, and the liaison down below ran to get closer. "Take Warrior Sneery and those on the ground to the northern wall. I wouldn't expect an attack, but ready the horns just in case. I'll meet you there when I can." "All right." Finally, Abith came close enough to be understood. Amazingly, he was laughing. "So, Terran Polkin is still alive! This must have been your plan the whole time." Terran gave no reply. "Very cunning. However, you weren't thinking ahead. Unlike the last war, there is no one to help the Academy now. You are alone. Kerr's army is dead. The cities belong to Tywin. The Sligari have been scared off. Communication with Tenred is impossible. You are surrounded. Soon enough, you'll face the full force of Tywin's army, and I will lead the charge."
I've killed hundreds of you Cairo bastards in the last war. But that will be nothing compared to this. You've sealed the fates of all your students and instructors, Terran. Celebrate this victory, because... All right, Cleve, Terran said, ignoring Abeth. Now you can shoot him. As Abeth continued to yell manically, Cleve drew an arrow. Good. I can't stand his voice any longer. He shot his arrow at unimaginable speed, Basin instantly losing it in the darkness. Abeth flicked his wand, and a cube of dense Sartius energy formed in front of him. The arrow only made it halfway through, locking into place as if frozen by ice. Abeth spat as he let the energy disperse, the arrow falling harmlessly to the ground. More archers shot, but Abeth simply regathered the floating Sartius energy around him into another cube. A couple arrows struck it, but had no hope of reaching flesh. Abeth finally retreated, though there was no hurry in his step as he walked with a Sartius wall shielding his back. Basin had no idea his instructor was a master with Sartius energy as well as Bestial. It made him fearful to find out what else Abeth had kept from him. Chapter 26. Basin's adrenaline subsided soon after the short battle. His hand was burned worse than before at Warrender Training Center. His knuckles continued to feel as if they were on fire. You nearly got us killed, Cleve complained. It didn't look as if you had control of that fireball. What else did it look like? I didn't get a chance to see much. Because you flinched even before it was fully formed, you bastard. I thought you were going to shoot it into the parapets. But I didn't. This time. Cleve showed no amusement. You'd better learn how to control your energy before you try that again. Alex came between them and put his arms around their shoulders. Effie and I estimated 20 kills, counting her fireballs and my arrows. What about you two? Basin had about 20 with his first damn spell, Cleve muttered. That fireball was yours? Realizing the attention he was about to get, Basin decided to pocket the bracelet. It was only warm to the touch now, easy to stow. He gestured at it quickly before removing it from sight. Thanks to an Acherel stone. Keep it secret for now. Easy, when I've never heard of such a thing. Alex grabbed Basin's arm. Your hand! The skin over his knuckles looked like overcooked meat. If you think it looks bad, imagine how it feels. You need treatment. And gloves next time, Cleve added. 2 good ideas, Basin agreed. Basin was given the option of taking a Kergalo potion and waking up with his hand healed the next morning. But before he could accept, Alabel and the other healer in the medical building strongly recommended a combination of a lotion and another healing potion, which wouldn't alter his mind so drastically. How does Kergalo affect my mind? He asked. It makes you act like a fool, Alabel answered. Your roommate will have to stay awake to watch you until you fall asleep so you don't hurt yourself or anyone else. It could take hours. She stopped and blinked a few times. Did Terran give you a new roommate yet? Sonia put her hands on her hips. He already chose his own. She'd come with them to the medical building. Alabel would go home with her to fill the room Anna had vacated. Is it someone I might know? Alabel asked. No, she's a first year. Oh, Sonia interrupted herself. Yes, you would know her if you saw her being questioned at the castle. Anna Vera. Yes, how did she come to live with you, Basin? He hadn't seen Anna since she'd dropped Peter with a spell of Psyche. It was going to feel strange to go home and find her in Nick's room. Because apparently I'm the only one who can trust her. Basin went on to explain their brief encounters and her request to live with him. I wouldn't want to ask her to stay awake and watch me, though, he concluded.
then called for the healer and gave his answer. His hand would be wrapped and would take days to heal. That was still impressive. A burn like that in Tenred would result in weeks of treatment and a scar. "I'll take the Kergolo for my ankle," Alabel told the healer. "After you adamantly encouraged me not to," Basin noted. "I need to walk as soon as possible, and Sonya will watch over me. Won't you?" "Did you want me to encourage you when you begin to take off your clothes, or discourage? What about when you try to dance? Should I sing and dance with you, or don't let me leave the bed?" "All right, I'll tie you to the bed." Alabel turned the other way to face the healer. "I changed my mind about the Kergolo." "Fine," Sonya said. "No more teasing." When the healer had done everything she could for them, Basin knelt down so Alabel could get onto his back. They headed to their neighboring campus houses. Thoughts of war returned to mind, dampening Basin's mood that had just begun to lighten. Judging by Alabel and Sonya's silence, they must have shared his gloom. Eventually Alabel began to sniffle, frequently taking her hand from Basin's collar to wipe her tears. He wished he knew what to tell her, but no words could bring back the dead. "I'm fine," she said. "I can feel both of you wanting to say something. You don't need to." "You can talk about it," Basin encouraged. "I just can't stop thinking about Tywin killing them. It's hard to believe so much damage can come from a single person." Sonya lifted a finger to get their attention. "There's no single force more detrimental than a man with ultimate power and no empathy." The following silence let Basin reflect on her words for a moment. "You're not wrong, but let's not forget about everyone following Tywin's volition. They're just as much to blame as he is. We might have had to blame ourselves as well if this night had gone differently," Sonya said. "For a moment there, I thought we were going to let them inside." "Then I'd be dead," Alabel spoke calmly and firmly. "And maybe the rest of you as well." When they came close to their houses, Sonya asked Basin if he wanted her to carry Alabel the rest of the way. "No, I'm fine." "My bestial stars," Alabel said. "How long can you carry me?" "Hopefully we'll never have to find out." Yellow light coming from windows around them proved students were still awake. Terran had announced after the battle that his previous directive at Redfield was still to be followed. Battle training would begin tomorrow. Everyone must meet with their respective groups. The only difference was that the day wouldn't start until lunch hours were over, to give everyone enough time to rest. Basin found it difficult to stay humble at the thought of training with mages below his skill level. He held no rancor towards anyone less skilled. He just wanted his potential reached, and he didn't see that happening in a lesser group, where his training would be restricted to that of a novice mage. He knew he should find a safe place to practice making portals, for the skill might be invaluable in this conflict. He refused to think of it as a war just yet. But the looming threat of death made him scared. It was likely that Nick's murderer was someone at the academy. Does he or she share goals with Tywin, or are they separate from this conflict? No one's separate from this conflict, Basin realized, except those in Tenred. How long would it take for news to reach them? Who would send this news, given that Tywin's men guarded the Fajalajan pathway between the territories? Once inside the house, he set Alabel down on her new bed. This would be her only home from now on, just as Basin's house was his. The lotion had already begun to work, soothing the terrible burn on the back of his left hand. It still felt as if his knuckles were on fire, but at least now the pain had lessened enough for him to sleep. "If you need help with anything," Basin told her, "I'll be close." "Thank you." Her hand shot out toward him. "Oh, wait. Did you use the Acherel stone?" He removed it from his pocket to give it back to her, the stone still warm and producing no glow. "Yes, that's why my hand—" Sonya snatched it out of his grasp. "A true Acherel stone? Where did you get it?" She squinted at the rock, testing its warmth with quick jabs of her finger. "I brought it from the castle's treasure vault," Alabel said. "You keep it for now, Basin." Sonia gave it back to him. "That fireball? Was you with that?" Her fingers shot back and forth between him and the Acherel stone as she spoke. Basin lifted his bandaged hand. "And the cause of this? How have you heard of Acherel stones?" "My father had one." "Sorry to stop this short," Alabel interjected, "but I would like to take the Kergolo potion now, before it gets even later. Then I should try to sleep, before the effects become too extreme, and I find myself agreeing to Sonia's encouragements for me to dance and take off my clothes." "Now you're trying to tempt me into staying," Basin quipped. He wished them a good night and left with the Acherel stone in his pocket. He came into his house quietly, so as not to wake Anna if she was sleeping. He gave a quick look to Nick's room, now her room, and found the door closed. It was comforting to know someone was in the house with him, even if it was a psychic he knew little about. As he entered his room, the sight of Anna sitting on his bed surprised him. "You haven't moved into my room, have you?" Basin glanced around, but thankfully found none of her belongings. He wasn't about to go live in Nick's room. "No, forgive me for the surprise." She smoothed out her nightgown, then stood and folded her arms as if chilled. "Can I stay with you?" "We'll be right across the hall from each other." He placed the Acherel bracelet in a desk drawer. Anna said nothing of it, probably not knowing what it was. "Please?" She leaned forward and tightened the fold of her arms. "I won't use Psyche." Basin wouldn't mind the company, but there was something else that worried him as his eyes roamed the subtle curves of her petite body. "Are you wearing anything under that?" She shook her head, and Basin felt his pulse increasing. He turned away from her. "I think this is a bad idea." "It's not. It takes two people for something to happen, and I'm just here because I'm too frightened to fall asleep." "You're safe in this house, whether or not we sleep in the same room." She opened her mouth, then closed it, and Basin realized she was about to bring up that Nick hadn't been safe. He quickly came up with something else to say. "You will get to sleep, and you'll feel better once you wake up." "Even if that were true, I'd still suffer until I fell asleep." She let out a shiver. "Please, Basin." "All right. I've put more than enough effort into talking a woman out of my bed. I am but a man, after all." She laughed. "This is why I need your company tonight. I'm already feeling better." With his back to her, Basin removed his clothes, save his undershorts, as he heard her return to his bed. When he turned, her unblinking gaze explored his chest and stomach. "Maybe this is a bad idea," she said, her breath quickening. He squeezed in beside her. "I can't tell if you're joking." "Somewhat." She'd brought in her pillow, he noticed, and as they fidgeted to find comfort, he asked, "Are you used to sharing your bed with someone?" He expected her to bring up a man. "Not in many years, but I used to go to my older sister's bed when I felt frightened. She would sleep on her back, like you are now. I would sleep like this." She draped her arm over his stomach. "But she's much softer than you." She brushed her smooth hand over the ridges of his abdomen. "Well, you're not as naked as my usual bedmates, but you don't hear me complaining." She laughed. With the break in conversation, Basin's fears returned of his father being found and killed in Oakshin. How would he find out if Henry was still alive? Would he have to wait until the conflict was over? How long would that take? "I don't know how to be brave like you," Anna said. The timing of her comment made him chuckle. "I'm just as frightened as you are." "But you weren't during the battle. You risked your life for Alabel Kerr, and I felt no fear from you when you returned to the wall to fight. Meanwhile, I was so terrified, all I could think about was abandoning the academy and running to Trentire. My parents and sister live in a mansion there with many private guards. Didn't we agree when I let you live here that you wouldn't use Psyche on me? That applies to outside the house as well? It does now. Fine. But won't you tell me how you can fight without fear? Combat has never frightened me. But this conflict does. He put his hand on her arm. I think you're really asking me to tell you how you can fight without fear. And I don't have that answer. I wish I'd had the chance to fight before tonight. It would have given me more confidence that I could use my psyche during combat. You'll be trained well before the next one. Yes, but the next one is likely to be much worse. I don't see how we can come away from it without death or injuries like we did this time. Basin cleared his throat and held up his bandaged hand. She laughed softly in his ear. Injuries that we didn't do to ourselves? So you heard about that. Word of the enormous fireball coming from your wand spread soon after the battle. She grazed his wrist with the tips of her fingers. Does it hurt? I'm trying to refrain from using Psyche as promised. It's fine, he lied. She covered her mouth as she yawned. I finally feel ready to fall asleep with some help from Psyche. Would you like me to help you fall asleep first? I don't know. Do I? I've never had Psyche used on me before. You do. She put her small hand on his forehead, and a wave of drowsiness crashed over him, pushing away all of his concerns. Oh, that's nice, he muttered sleepily, just before falling into a heavy slumber. Chapter 27. Basin thanked Anna in the morning. Without her, he would have been awakened by worries countless times throughout the night. Instead, he slept like a dog after a day out in the sun. After lunch, he had to check the list posted at Redfield to see which group of mages Penny had put him in. The list had gone up the day after evaluation week, when Basin had gone to the capital. He'd come back later that day, hoping to check the list, but had met with Chemist Master Jack instead. It made him realize that the last 2 days felt more like a week. The names were ordered alphabetically, and when he saw the group number next to his, he stood frozen, with his finger pressed against the paper. Basin Hiller, Group 1. He had to read it 3 more times before he believed it. How had this happened? It was unlike Penny to change her mind. He checked Effie's name just to be sure. Effie Elligan, Group 1. He looked up Sonia, Cleve, and Alex while he was there. All of them had made it as Group 1 warriors. He would have looked for Anna's name, but he'd heard that psychics and chemists weren't tested in the same way. There was no evaluation week for them. Instead, they were divided by the year they'd entered the school and would stick with randomly chosen students of their grade for the year. He wasn't sure if it would remain this way for them during wartime, however. It didn't matter. He was in Group 1. He let joy take him into a dance. You're just checking the list now, Basin? An unfamiliar voice asked from behind. Embarrassed, he turned to find Mage Master Trela in her blue robes, the silver crown of Cairo's sigil sewn into her shoulder. She smiled at his blushing cheeks. Are you surprised to be put in Group 1? Considering Penny said she wouldn't put me in that group, I most certainly am. He cursed himself. I mean, she seemed worried my extreme talent with bestial energy might prove dangerous. Trela held an entertained smile. Yes, she mentioned that. Because of that, and your inability to meditate, you were in Group 6 until just before the final list was made. And what changed it? Someone came to plead your case. She smiled and lifted her eyebrows as if enjoying the mystery of it all.
This person helped me see the full extent of your abilities, which couldn't be seen through your scorecard for the week. Penny also withheld the fact that you destroyed the ribbon. She was reprimanded for this. Basin swallowed a lump in his throat at the thought of running into Penny now. I see. Well, thank you, Mage Master Trela. Who came to plead my case? No time for that, she said coyly. You don't want to be late for battle training. She gave him a small shove. Best not give Penny any more reason for bitterness. She's the Group 1 instructor? Trela chuckled at his plight. I thought you knew that. You may be extremely talented with bestial energy, as you've mentioned, but you still have a lot to learn, including meditation. Make sure you find someone to help you with that. Anyone will do. Now, hurry to battle training. Basin would have sprinted there if his dread of seeing Penny hadn't slowed him down to a jog. He clutched the Acorel bracelet in his pocket, the stone barely warmer than it was last night. Probably going to take days to absorb as much energy as it had before I used it. Although he mostly trusted Anna, he didn't like the thought of leaving it in their house. He smiled when he sat beside Effie. She grinned back at him, looking as cute as a kitten. What a surprise it was to find Group 1 next to your name, she said. His smile widened. Yes, thank you. She made a face as if she didn't know what he was talking about. With what? He shook his finger playfully. I know it was you who convinced Trela to put me in Group 1. She played innocent. I didn't. Stop feigning, Effie. I really didn't. What? She was being serious. Well, then who in God's world did? She shrugged as Penny bustled into the room and slapped down a scroll on the podium at the front. The instructor glanced around until she found Basin, then stared at him hard enough to make him want to disappear. As the only first year in here, Basin Hiller, you'd better pay attention and learn fast. Most of what needs to be covered today are battle strategies and formations, which is review for everyone else here. If you can't keep up, then I have a valid reason to demote you to a more suitable group. And don't think I won't take it. You are also to learn meditation by the end of the week. If you don't, or you do anything to endanger yourself or the rest of us, you will regret it. I understand, he muttered, sinking down in his chair as he tried to ignore everyone's eyes on him. After a quick roll call, Penny began discussing battle strategy, as promised. She used diagrams to supplement her lecture, quickly demonstrating that some groups of mages and warriors took different roles in battle. The Group 1 mages and warriors were supposed to be the most skilled, therefore they were given the more dangerous and difficult roles. It didn't take long for Basin to forget the animosity between him and Penny as he focused on her instructions. Group 1 was where he belonged, and he would prove it to her. The lecture had started in the early afternoon, so they only had half the day. It took Penny 2 hours to explain the different formations, techniques, and orders they might hear. And then the time came to practice in the training area outside. It was difficult to remember everything, as Penny yelled out different scenarios and gave specific orders to counter them. But eventually Basin realized that all of the strategies were intuitive. If he forgot one, his own counter to the problem was often correct. They treated the training dummies as enemies, casting fireballs at the charred metal throughout the evening. It gave Basin pride to be training among these mages, who were certainly the best. All of them shared Effie's skill that he'd seen during evaluation week. About 2/3 were women, and the more time Basin had to observe everyone, the easier he could confirm they were all second and third years. They had clear knowledge about what they were doing that often was lacking in the expressions of first years Basin had met in his evaluation group. All of these men and women had killed before, and were ready to kill again, a sense of duty in their eyes.
Basin wondered if he now had the same look after last night. He didn't feel like he did. Not a moment went by, that entire afternoon, without at least 2 mages pulling in bestial energy to the front of their wands to form fireballs. Basin began to wonder, with so much BE being pulled near the same location at the same time, why have no portals been created by accident? He started to realize that there must be more to it than just piling BE on top of itself until the world couldn't contain the force of it. Something had to open a hole and decide where it led, and whatever it was must be the difference between a cluster of energy and a portal. When he had the chance, he gathered a cluster of BE and felt for the extra heaviness that he'd experienced in Nick's room, yet not in his own. There it was, like a scent in the air, waiting for his mind to grab. He could make a portal here. He let his bestial energy disperse, then tried again. As expected, the feeling was gone. So I can only open a portal after first gathering enough BE. A realization struck him. The training center in Oakshin, Nick's room, and now the Group 1 training area. He could only make portals where mages had gathered bestial energy before. There must be lasting effects from squeezing large amounts of BE together. Thousands of spells had been cast in each of the 3 areas where Basin could create portals. Nick trained in his room all last year, yet his roommate then was a warrior, which was why it didn't work in Basin's room now. Something felt hot against his leg. The Acherel bracelet in my pocket. He moved to put himself behind everyone and took it out for a look. The stone glowed orange, now emanating too much heat for him to keep it in his pocket. He hastily buried it beneath a thin layer of sand, thankful the day was nearly done, so it wouldn't have to be there long before he had a chance to put it somewhere else. It must have charged quickly because of all the bestial energy being drawn past it by mages forming fireballs. Good to know the process can be rushed. This was all too perfect. He had a place outside of his house to make a portal, and he had the Acherel stone to strengthen the spell. He would practice tonight. But first I need protection against the murderer. Basin needed to wait for the rest of his class to leave for supper before retrieving Alabel's buried Acherel bracelet. Effie didn't believe his excuse that he wanted to stay and practice, so she waited with him until everyone else had left except for Penny. Now that they had some privacy, he told her what she wanted to hear, the truth. He didn't want to practice, but needed to move the Acherel bracelet back to his house. It was too hot to conceal in his pocket, and too bright to wear on his wrist. Then put it below my neck on the back of my training robe, Effie suggested. My hair will cover it. With Penny focusing on whatever she was writing, Basin quickly dug out the Acherel bracelet and slid one side down Effie's back. I hope your hair doesn't burn, he said. If it does, I'll tell people it was an errant spell from you that did it. She fluffed her black hair around the glowing Acherel stone. That's just what Penny wants to hear. How does it look? There was still some visible light pushing through her lush hair. It's good enough as long as no one gets too close to your back. My friends know by now not to startle me, so it should be fine. They started to leave, but Penny called out for Basin to wait. He whispered to Effie. Put the stone somewhere in your house where no one will find it. If I don't see you in the dining hall, I'll come by later. She nodded and hurried off before Penny came too close. Mage Penny, can I apologize? Basin asked. She seemed surprised as she nodded. He swallowed all of his pride, the feeling bitter in his stomach. I've thought about it more, and have come to realize that you were right to scold me. I put myself and my classmates in danger. I was too focused on showing you what I was capable of, and I let it distract me. I'm sorry. I won't cast any other spells that will put myself or anyone else at risk. He was thankful there were no psychics around to hear that last part. Later that very night, he would be practicing a spell that he believed could get him killed. That's what I wanted to speak to you about. Her tone was as if his words had done nothing to alleviate her frustration. "You have been dangerous, and I can't allow that to continue. We need everyone training hard, but safely, so we don't injure each other. I want you to keep no secrets from me. The more I can trust you, the more I can allow you to push the boundaries of your limits. I would be a fool not to see that you have great potential with bestial energy, but for every legendary mage who reached old age, there were 5 others with the same potential who were killed by their own power before ever becoming known. Let me help you be the former and not the latter." "Thank you. Your help is invaluable." "I'm glad you think that way, because I know you have something planned with Effie." Penny folded her arms. "I'm seeing the same look on your face that I've learned to watch for on hers. Tell me what it is, so I can help you." Perhaps Penny hadn't been as distracted by her writing as Basin had thought. He could lie, and she probably would never hear of him using the Acorel stone later that night in her classroom's training area. But the thought of a new ally and shedding the need for secrecy was too tempting to ignore. "Alabel brought an Acorel stone from the castle. She's given it to me to practice casting fireballs like the one seen at the start of the battle. I'm glad you're admitting to what I already knew. The bandage on your hand gave it away. So this was a test." "Yes, and now I think it's important I learn how to safely use the Acorel stone." "I do too. However, it's not your decision who gets to practice with the bracelet. That's for Terran to decide. Give it to me so I can take it to him." Damn. He wondered what would happen if he defied her request. She would probably find some way of getting it herself, and then the rancor would return to their relationship. There was something that didn't feel quite right about this, though. Why was Penny so adamant about Basin giving the Acorel stone to her? "I could take it to Terran right now," Basin tested. "Where is it?" If she wasn't going to be direct, then neither was he. "I'm not carrying it with me." "Basin, all forms of Acorel stones are dangerous. Even the ones fastened to bracelets can still cause fires if stored incorrectly. Take me to the stone now, and then I'll bring it to Terran." She lifted her hands. "It may return to you once we see you're the most fit to wield it, but I can't allow such a weapon to remain in any student's possession without first having the headmaster assess it. Cleve encountered the same situation with his bestial steel sword. It was decided that no one can wield the weapon like he can, and you will have the same chance to prove the same thing with the Acorel stone. Now let's go retrieve it." She gestured for him to walk. Feeling hesitant about this whole thing, Basin tried to come up with an excuse. But as he led her toward Effie's house, he realized it was futile. Eventually he gave in and explained his fellow mage had taken it for the moment to move it somewhere safe. They knocked on the front door to Effie's campus house. Alex answered, surprising Penny, it seemed, as she whipped her head back. "You're that warrior Alex Baum, aren't you?" Penny spoke with disdain that was lost on Basin. Perhaps she didn't like students consorting with each other? "Hello, Mage Penny." He was his usual friendly self, showing a gentle smile in spite of her attitude. "How can I help you and Basin?" "We need to come in." Penny stepped forward, but Alex blocked her path. "For what?" "To get something from Effie," Penny replied. Her level of eagerness to get the stone had become somewhat alarming. Alex held his arm across the doorway. "She's in the dining hall." "Then I need to search through her room." "Why?" Penny folded her arms. "This isn't your house, and I'm asking you to let me in." "Ask, demand. It won't matter." The amity dropped out of his voice. "I don't know if Effie wants you searching through her room, and the only people who can do that without her permission are the headmaster, the king's liaison, any of the master classes, or if you have a signed degree from any of those. Do you?" Penny spun to direct her look of angst at Basin. "Make sure you bring the Aquarel Stone to me by the end of the night." "Shouldn't I bring it to Terran if that's where you're taking it anyway?" "Bring it to me first, and we'll take it to Terran together if that's what you wish. I want to speak with him about it." She turned to face Alex. "Your brother was an honorable man. In case you didn't know, I was a student at the Academy at the same time as he was." Judging by her swing of emotion, it seemed that there was a lot she wasn't saying. "He was born to lead, and he did a perfect job until the very end." Penny left abruptly, appearing as if she was holding back tears. Alex didn't move as his gaze fell to his feet. Basin stepped up and clasped his shoulder. "Are you all right?" Alex seemed to come back to reality, his head jerking up and slowly forming a sad smile. "Did you know it was your uncle who caused my brother's death?" "Your brother must have been Hembaum. I'm sorry. I didn't realize." Alex gestured for Basin to come in. "There's no one left alive to blame for that, and you're not at fault either." He brought Basin to Effie's room and opened a drawer. Basin saw the Aquarel bracelet sitting on a block of hardened Sartius energy, so as to keep the drawer protected from the heat. "This is where she put it. Would you like it back?" "Here's fine for now. Is she really at the dining hall?" "Yes, she wanted to speak with Stefan as soon as possible. The chemist always seems to know ahead of everyone else what's happening. As he did with the war last year, most likely because he spends an inordinate amount of time with Chemist Master Jack, who works closely with Terran. I was going to meet Effie after I showered. Would you like to wait for me and walk together?" "I could use a shower as well, while the water's still warm. I'll meet you back here?" "Sure." Basin returned home to find his house empty. Anna was either still in battle training or in the dining hall. He grabbed his towel and hurried to the nearby bathhouse, where he showered and then wore the towel back to his house. There were many sensations he'd forgotten about during his time at the workhouse. Walking through the brisk air after a warm bath, or shower in this case. A sense of pride in his appearance, now that he no longer wore rags or was covered in dirt. The trailing gazes of women. More so when he wore only a towel like he did now. It felt good to be part of the Academy. After being exiled from Tenred toward the end of the last war, Basin had considered himself lucky that at least he hadn't had to fight. But now that he had something worth fighting for, friends, a home, his remaining family, he was happy to fight. But he needed to know if his father was still alive. He longed to breathe easier once again. He dressed and hurried to Effie's house, where he knew Alex was waiting. Basin felt that he'd gotten to know the talented swordsman well. Whether it was on purpose or not, Alex always put him at ease. He was a kind man, especially for a warrior. And Basin found himself wondering what he'd done to earn Alex's favor. The only thing he could think of was that it came from being friends with Effie, but most men would treat Basin with more distance because of that. They started toward the dining hall at a leisurely pace. "Do you like it here so far?" Alex asked. "I do, but I would like it more if war wasn't coming. Do you mind if I ask you something before I forget?" "Go ahead." "Has Penny always been like that around you?" "Like what?" "You didn't notice? Like you've gone behind her back about something." Alex chuckled. "That's exactly what happened, so it makes sense she would act that way. But she certainly has never brought up my brother and his honor before. I'm sure she was trying to guilt me about what I did." "And what did you do?" "I spoke to Mage Trela the morning after evaluation week was done, just before the lists were posted." "You're the one who spoke to her on my behalf?" Basin was incredulous. Alex shrugged. "All I did was tell the truth about you. After everything Effie had told me, there was more than enough evidence that you should be in Group 1. Basin could think of nothing to say. Words weren't enough to fully express his gratitude anyway. "I don't know how to thank you." "You don't need to. I was just doing what everyone does for each other around here. We're all fighting together. So we should train where it benefits us the most. You deserve to be with the other top mages. And your improvement is just as helpful to me and the others as it is to you. The tall warrior leaned down toward Basin's ear. I could tell Effie wanted to speak to Trayla to get you into Group 1, but she never mentioned it to me. She must have been worried about how it would appear to bring it up, let alone ask for you to join her group. With Effie and I being a couple, she probably worried about giving me the impression that she was interested in more than just a friendship with you. Alex straightened and showed a wry smile. Given the attention you get from women, I can understand the worry. But I trust her, and I've grown to trust you. He shrugged. I was just doing the right thing. You have to let me do something for you in return. Just train hard, and I'm sure one day you will. There weren't many men like Alex. This was a friend Basin didn't want to lose. He seemed to be gaining more of them in his short time at the academy than he had in his previous life at the castle in Tenred. Speaking of training, I plan to use the Acorel stone before I'm obligated to hand it over to Penny, because I fear that Nick was killed because I made the portal in his room. I've wondered the same thing. So you haven't practiced since that night? Right. Basin was somewhat impressed Alex had come to the same conclusion with so much less information to go on. But tonight I would like to go to the Group 1 mage training area and see if I can open a full-sized portal with the stone. I was hoping you and Effie could come with me. We could get Jack Rose and the headmaster, who both know about it as well. That should keep us protected in case the killer attacks again. It might even lure him or her out. The sooner we can find that bastard, the better. How about inviting Cleve, Rila, and Stefan? I'd rather keep this known to as few people as possible. If news of my ability gets back to the murderer, it could be my death. That's why I'm not risking making the portal in my house. Then it should be fine with just the 5 of us. They met Effie at the dining hall, Alex sitting beside her and sharing a kiss while Basin settled in front of them. It no longer caused even a spark of jealousy to see them together like it did the first time. I found out who spoke to Trayla on my behalf, Effie, he said, then raised his eyebrows at Alex. She spun to face him. Did you think I was asking you to do that? She seemed worried. He took her hands. No, I just did what was best for the school. Doesn't he deserve to be in Group 1? Effie smiled, surprised yet in awe. Don't take too long to answer, Basin nudged. Rila was right, Effie told Alex. What did she say about me? That you would make a good headmaster one day. Alex chuckled. I remember that. She made the comment as a joke after I delivered a rousing speech to make everyone drink with us. It doesn't matter. She's right. When their conversation eventually halted, Basin jumped in. I left the Acorel stone in your room, Effie, but Penny has demanded that I bring it to her so she can give it to Taryn. I was hoping we could use it before then. He went on to explain what he and Alex had discussed on the way to the dining hall. Effie agreed that protection was a good idea. However, she didn't think Jack or Taryn were necessary. They'll just stop us from using it once they find out, she argued. The 3 of us can handle one murdering psychic anyway. Alex and I are trained to resist psyche. Alex leaned across the table to whisper loudly. F still needs a lot of practice to reach my level. Doesn't matter, she said flippantly. Whoever it is would be a fool to attack the 3 of us. There's no need to get instructors involved. Like I said, they'll just take the stone away. Basin looked to Alex but found that he was already staring back at Basin. They both shared a worried expression, yet neither of them spoke up. Effie went on. I still find it hard to believe that Nick died just because you made a portal in his room. I think you might be wrong about that. And there's no one out there who can feel when a portal has been made. Whether or not that's true, Basin said, I still think we should bring Jack and Taryn. Fine, but just be aware that you're risking having the stone taken away.
Basin looked around for the instructors as he finished eating. They tended to stick to their own tables when they did make appearances in the dining hall. Many instructors used their kitchens instead, for their houses were equipped with ovens unlike the student houses.
An oven. That's it.
Basin? Effie leaned away from him. You look like you shat your pants.
I just realized what I was looking at when I made the previous portals, he whispered, and Effie leaned back in. The first time I created a portal was in the training center. I was having trouble grasping the Sartius energy that was absent from my wand. So I thought back to my initial training when I used to practice forming fireballs outside an oven in one of Tenred's kitchens. I often wanted to cast at night, and this kitchen was the only place I could go within the castle where the noise of my spells wouldn't wake anyone. So it became my sanctuary when it wasn't in use. Whenever I struggled to make fire, I think back to that oven where I spent so many hours. The portal led to my usual spot in that kitchen, in front of the oven. The reason we saw fire on the other end at one point and then no fire later is because the oven was out by then. I believe this means I can control where the portals go, as long as it's a place where a portal can be created, a place where enough bestial energy has been pulled together over time.
My bestial stars, Alex said with a chuckle.
If you can learn to control portals, we might be able to end this war before it even begins by assassinating Tywin. That proves even more that I need to practice. It beckons a question, though, Effie added. Your first portals were made without an Acherel stone, so what will happen when you use one to create the portal?
They fell silent as they waited for someone to suggest a theory. The Redfield bell startled them all. Effie pounded the table.
It's too damn loud!
She calmed instantly as Alex put his hand on her back. Chapter 28. Cleve had been waiting for this Redfield announcement since he first heard of Tywin Thackeray's takeover of the capital. Although Cleve had no immediate family living in the cities, he still needed to know what had happened to the people of Cairo. Had a civil war broke out among the cities? Or was the Academy the only opposition to Tywin? If he managed to take the 3 cities of Cairo in a single day, how much longer can we hold out against his army? Rila could always use Psyche to find Cleve no matter where he sat in the stadium, so he and Stefan made sure a spot was available for her as thousands of students began taking their seats. Rila didn't have friends outside of their circle, which had surprised Cleve when she'd first told him.
The psychics train against each other, she'd explained. We cause severe pain to one another, and then we can sense each other's bitterness when the duel's over. That's too difficult for most to overcome.
But I often have to hurt my fellow warriors just like you hurt your fellow psychics, he'd argued. Yet we make light of it by taunting each other.
There's one crucial difference between warriors and psychics, Rila had replied. Psychics can't hide their emotions from each other. You would be surprised to find out how much people's expressions conceal.
It was a sad thought Cleve didn't want to believe. Are you saying warriors wouldn't be friends if we could read each other's emotions?
Perhaps some of you could still be friends, you and Alex, for example, but most of you wouldn't enjoy each other's company as much.
He'd seen other psychics who were friends, and he brought this up to Rila. She'd formed the sly smile he'd grown to love and told him.
I didn't say all psychics can't be friends, just that none want to be my friend.
How could that be?
Because I'm so much stronger than they are. They're jealous, and they know I can feel it. That makes for an uncomfortable social situation. The only time I came close to making friends was when I had that hideous scar. She touched her cheek. There was no jealousy then. but I'm still much happier without it. Cleve was reminded of this conversation whenever he noticed Rila alone in situations in which others were with friends. Walking somewhere, eating at the dining hall, entering the stadium. It didn't matter. She never had company outside of their close group of friends, or the occasional instructor, usually not a psychic one, for they were equally as intimidated by her as her fellow students were. She was so beautiful, he wondered if he was the reason she didn't have more men chasing after her. Or maybe they were deterred by her elven ears that peeked out of her dark blonde hair. She sat down between him and Stefan and leaned in to kiss his cheek. Whether it was from Psyche or not, the warmth of her breath and the feel of her soft lips on his skin often caused a burst of prickles that swam out from the point of her touch. "Do you already know what this is about, Stefan?" Rila asked. "I do." "Good news or bad?" "That depends on your expectations," he said flatly, as he watched Terran stride into the center of the arena. The headmaster raised his arms for silence, commanding it quickly. "I know you are all eager for news of Tywin's army. I'll get to that in a moment. Unfortunately, I must first bring up an issue of theft. Safley flowers have gone missing from the Academy's garden. You should all be aware by now that no students without explicit permission are allowed over the fence and into the field of plants for our chemists. Whoever has been taking Safley flowers is most likely a chemist with the ability to melt them into a potion and knows what they're used for. If anyone knows this individual, please report him or her to any chemist instructor immediately. If you are this individual, stop this theft. Come see me or any chemist instructor so we can help you. There will be punishment if you don't let us help you." As murmurs of confusion spread around the stadium, Cleve asked Stefan what Safley flowers were used for. "Pure Safley mixed with bestial energy into a potion causes heavy drowsiness with vivid dreams. Jack Rose thinks the thief is someone having trouble sleeping. But there are many other ways to rest. Safley can be dangerous. Take too much of it, or combine it with enough alcohol, and there's no waking up again." Terran gave a similar warning to the entire assembly in the stadium, but then he ended with a statement that shocked everyone. "If Safley is found in your possession, we'll expel you from the Academy. Don't let it come to that. We need everyone working together and following our rules. All of you should take this as a lesson. If you have a problem, speak to us about it. Don't steal or hurt others. Now, on to other matters. 6 of our best scouts, an instructor, and fellow students of yours have returned unharmed from investigating our 3 cities, Cairo City, Oakshin, and Trentire. The capital and Oakshin have fallen to Tywin, but Trentire is still engaged in combat. Trenches have been dug circling the northern border of the city, and trees of Ray-White forest are being chopped down to provide better visibility. Some of you may be surprised to find out who's leading the stand in Trentire. Before I give you his name, let me first assure you that his son is a trusted first year here at the Academy, and the only first-year mage in Group 1. His family may have a confusing history to those who don't understand it, but Basin Hiller and his father Henry are completely allegiant to defending Cairo from Tywin's illegal and barbaric takeover." Over the chatter, one voice rang out. "He's alive?" Cleve caught sight of Basin standing and calling out to Terran. "Yes, Henry Hiller is alive and leading the surviving army of the late King Kerr. We're in the process of setting up communications with him. Please sit, and I will continue." Alex, with a bright smile, coaxed Basin back down as it appeared the mage was fighting against the urge to run all the way to Trentire. It was about 10 miles, but Cleve figured if anyone could make it there without stopping, it would be him or Basin. Cleve was born in Trentire, and it gave him some sense of pride to know that it was the last city standing, beside the small town of Gendok by the sea. "I hope Henry Hiller is a good leader," he mentioned, figuring Stefan might have something to say on the subject. "He helped Tegri Hiller in the war against us, and there are rumors that his specialty was preventing rebellion through cunning tactics, not honorable battle strategy. If he's the only man to lead the remaining army, so be it, but I think his methods might be unorthodox, as Tegri's were." Terran continued his announcement. "It seems that Towin had planned to take all 3 cities and the Academy yesterday, leaving just Gendok to be overrun today. But his assassination attempt on me failed, and supporting survivors of Kerr who made it out of the capital and Oakshin went south to Trentire and fought back the incursion. Now this is how we stand, with numbers of troops still to be counted. The 3 cities and the Academy are separated by Ray White Forest. We're on the northern edge, while our allies in Trentire are unfortunately the farthest city from us, at the southern edge. Towin has fortified Cairo City on the northwestern side of the forest, and Oakshin on the northeastern side. Positioning dictates that we'll be the next target instead of Trentire, and the battle may be as soon as tomorrow." Terran hurried to continue before voices of concern became too loud. "If you hear the Redfield bell ring 3 times, then it means an announcement is to be made. Come to the stadium as soon as possible. But if it rings more than 3 times, if it rings constantly, then it means our wall guards see an army approaching. Meet with your group instructors at your designated area for further instruction." He pushed up his hands to quiet the budding murmurs of fear. "The scale of this war is small, and help awaits if we can make contact. J.V. Ravender was sent to manage Tenred Castle after the last war. He's loyal to me and the late King Kerr. We're looking to find a way to reach him, but the Fajalajan pathway has been taken by Towin's men, and their scouts are watching the only other route to the east. We have sent every messenger pigeon we had, but we believe they were shot down by Towin's men on the Fajalajan pathway. Trying to take the pathway is impossible with our lesser numbers, but we will find a way to reach Tenred and enlist their support. As you should be able to tell by now, our planning is rudimentary. Trust that we will come to the best plan shortly and take back our land from Towin. All we need from you is to be strong and brave as you follow orders. We've defended our walls against everything that has ever tried to take them down. Kreps, Dodrix, and against armies with twice our numbers. We will defend the Academy as long as needed, until we find a way to take back our cities." Everyone applauded. Cleve trusted his uncle and knew his comrades did as well. Terran would see them through this, as he had before. When the applause died down, Stefan stood and raised his hand. Terran pointed to him. "Stefan Derobi." "What about the Slagari, Headmaster? What is your plan with them?" Cleve hadn't thought of the slug-like creatures bursting with bestial energy. They'd been living deep beneath Cairo, a few entrances to their colony hidden in Ray White Forest. Without their help, the previous war might have been lost. "Unfortunately," Terran said, "Towin's men seem to have scared them into fleeing. The colony was abandoned when we checked earlier today." "May I suggest that we search for them, sir?" Stefan seemed nervous, speaking in front of thousands, his voice shaking. Cleve admired his courage for overcoming the discomfort to give his opinion. "Thank you, Stefan, but now is not the time for suggestions. Instructors are to come back to the dining hall with me for more discussion of strategy. You students are free to visit your instructors at their homes later tonight, or speak with them tomorrow if you have questions or suggestions. You are dismissed. Get to sleep early. No social gatherings. No drinking. Save celebration for when it's appropriate. I assure you, it will be one day soon." Terran's voice rose to a roar as everyone started filing out. "Tywin Thackeray plans to decimate anyone who isn't loyal to him. If Tywin takes over Cairo, he will see to increasing his power, his wealth, and the force of his army, while allowing the well-being of his people to slip from his mind." Everyone stopped to listen to Terran's impromptu speech. "Tywin believes he deserves the throne, not because he's the best king for his people, but because the throne was taken from his ancestors before he had a chance to rule. He's a wealthy brat who started this war because of grudges, revenge, and a hunger for fame, the opposite of honor. He's ruined the chance for us to show him mercy. Remember this as the days go on, as the dead from the capital and Oakshin are identified and counted, and their names are brought to us. Some may be your family, your friends. You can let yourself be saddened. You can grieve. But remember that it was Tywin who did this. Show him and his followers no mercy." After a long applause, Cleve, Rila, and Stefan finally made their way out of the stadium. "Unfortunately, Tywin has the advantage thus far," Stefan said with no preamble. "We have no chance to be offensive unless we enlist help from Tenred." "Or the elves and the Kreps," Cleve suggested, eyeing Rila. "I was thinking just the elves, because why would the Kreps want to help us?" "There must be something we can offer them." Stefan laughed snidely. "The Kreps were trying to kill us less than a year ago, and you think they can be trusted?" "At least a few of them can. And these few might be able to lead their kin. Zoke and his sister." "It doesn't matter," Rila said. "Unless we can find the village in Marajek, what help can they offer? We've never said it aloud, Cleve, but it's time to admit that we almost died when we got lost in that forest." She put her hand on his arm. "I don't want to go back there. There were sights and sounds we could never explain that come back to me in my nightmares." Cleve silently agreed. "I hope your brother's all right there." "Cleve, you know your uncle well," Stefan said. "Will he consider sending some of us to Marajek?" "Do you think he should?" "I do." "Then I would assume he will. I just hope that if I must go, I don't miss any battles while I'm gone." Anna caught up to them on Rila's side and asked her, "Do you mind if I speak with you?" "I don't mind," Rila replied. But Anna seemed somewhat disappointed when Rila didn't offer to go somewhere they could speak privately. She cleared her throat and settled her nervous blue eyes on Rila's piercing green ones. "I don't know how, but I want us to be friends. You can use Psyche to tell I'm being genuine." "Why do you want my friendship in particular?" Rila could be so direct at times. Effie had often said it was the reason she never did well with men before Cleve, especially when she always called them on their lies. "A few reasons, none that I'm too proud of." Anna hung her head and glanced at Cleve and Stefan. The polite thing to do would be to give them some privacy, but Stefan, as brilliant as the man was, picked up on social clues about as well as a child. Cleve was curious about what Anna had to say anyway. He felt some guilt as he remained at Rila's side, but that didn't stop him from doing it. "It's all right," Rila encouraged. "What is it?" "I only have one friend right now, Basin, and it's difficult when my only friend is a male mage who lives with me and who's, you know." Rila giggled. "I know exactly what you mean." Anna seemed to relax somewhat, her footsteps more confident as she walked with their group. "I was bitter when I was forced to live with all of you because I felt unfairly judged. But rather than give you all a chance to see my real self, I held on to my grudge that you weren't accepting me. I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry. The potential loss of my friends and family has made me realize that I can't go through this on my own, as I'd first thought. I'm a good psychic, and I know I can be a good friend. I just haven't given myself the opportunity." "Then I think this might work," Rila said with her coy smile. "Want to come back to our place for a little while?" "I would, thank you." Cleve was surprised to see the two women link arms. He assumed there was more to their conversation than just their words, something deeper felt with Psyche. "It helps that you are with the first-year psychics," Rila said. "Then we don't have to compete against each other." "I was wondering why it seemed like you have no psychic friends." Rila chuckled. "Exactly." "What do you mean about Basin?" Stefan asked. "He's handsome," Cleve explained. "That's an understatement," Anna murmured. "Is that what you think, Rila?" Cleve felt inclined to know. "Why don't you first answer what you think about Alabel Kerr? We still haven't spoken about you risking your life to save that stunning woman." "She's beautiful, but no one compares to you." He spoke with a smug smile, knowing she could use Psyche to confirm his words were true. Her mouth became crooked. "Sometimes you're just so perfect it's sickening." She showed she was teasing by giving him a kiss. "You still didn't answer my question," Cleve pressed. She touched his temples with 2 fingers, and a spell of confusion stopped him dead. Disoriented, he couldn't remember what they were speaking about, or even where they were going. "What was that for?" "Nothing," Rila smirked as Anna laughed. "Oh, you have to teach me that, Rila." Cleve felt as if he should be angry, but he was too confused to know what to be angry about. This was the first time she'd done something like that. Cleve had been learning to resist Psyche, but he still didn't stand a chance against Rila when taken by surprise. "Just as quickly as I'm getting better, she's getting stronger." She took Cleve's face and kissed his cheek. "Sorry about that," she whispered as Stefan spoke with Anna. "I thought it was a good chance to practice one of the more difficult spells I've been working on. The truth is, I've heard Basin's name murmured between women many times, but he doesn't do anything for me. No one does but you." Chapter 29. Hoping to avoid Penny, Basin separated from Effie and Alex after the announcement at Redfield and went to his campus house. It was his home until this was over and he could reunite with his father. The news of Henry leading the rebellion against Towin made his chest swell with pride. Yet it didn't compare to simply finding out his father was alive. Basin hadn't realized how worried he was until the news came, and a crash of relief had filled his body as he found himself holding back tears. There was still more to worry about, however, such as his immediate plan to use the Acherel stone to create a portal. He, Alex, and Effie would wait until night was fully upon them and most were asleep. Terran's meeting with the instructors after the announcement obviated the option of speaking to him and Jack Rose about joining them. And Effie convinced Basin and Alex it wasn't necessary anyway, after she made a few choice insults about their cowardice. The plan was simple. They would meet at the training area of the Group 1 classroom. There, they would stand where no one could see them without coming around the walls and into the area. Basin would practice opening portals and eventually use the energy of the Akrel stone to open a large one. Hopefully, they could find some way to conclude where it led without going into it. Basin would feel more comfortable if he, like Effie, believed there wasn't someone out there who could feel portals opening. What made him even more nervous was that he had no practice resisting Psyche, like she and Alex did. Judging by their conversations about it, however, it seemed that Alex had far more talent for it than Effie. He could hear someone shuffling around in his room when he came home. "Anna?" "No, it's me." Alabel stepped into view and leaned against his doorway, a lamp dangling in her hand. "Sonia took me to Cleve's house so I could be reintroduced. I hadn't formally met many of them. It was a surprise to find Anna there after what Sonia told me about her. But she seemed friendly. I wonder if Sonia should give her another chance, like you did." Basin gladly joined Alabel in his room. He sat on his bed and hoped she would sit beside him. "Anna gave you her key?" "Just so I could speak with you. I'm to return it afterward." "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing. I just wanted to talk to you about something." She paced in front of him instead of sitting. "I haven't mentioned the Akrel stone to anyone except Sonia, but that's only because she saw you trying to give it back to me. When you left, all I told her was that I took it from the castle during the attack because I was already in the room where it was kept. I mentioned nothing about your request to check on it, and I haven't said a word about your portals." "Thank you?" Basin didn't understand what she was getting at. "So, was I right to withhold this information from her? It makes me feel dirty. She's been a great friend, and I trust her." "There are many people I trust who I haven't told about the portals or the stone. For now, I think it's best if we keep the information contained." Alabel's frown showed she didn't like this suggestion. "Well, I started asking her about her father's Akrel stone. She told me she thinks he took it with him, but she doesn't know where he went before he was found dead in Trentire. Someone might have taken it from his corpse if it was still on him. I just thought you should know, in case you plan to use yours today. It might open a portal wherever one of the other two stones are." "So you're calling the stone mine now?" "It's yours, Alabel." "I have no use for it. I want you to have it." He stood. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "Thank you." Basin had never received a gift as valuable. He thought to offer a hug, but Alabel didn't seem interested as she glanced around his room. "Where is it? I was looking for it while you were away." "You've done a fine job hiding it." "It's in Effie's room for now. We're waiting for everyone to fall asleep. Then we're going to use it to create a portal for practice." "Tonight?" "Yes, because my mage instructor has ordered me to hand it over to her. I won't before seeing what I can do with it." "Where? And who's coming with you?" Basin pressed his lips together. "Out of all of my friends, Alabel, I have to keep you the farthest from this. You've done nothing but help me, and you've already been through so much. I can't let anything else happen to you. If you know anything, it might be used against you." She considered his words for a long moment. "You think whoever is out there could really be that dangerous?" "I do." She glanced down the hall toward Nick's room. "Have you figured out what this person might want?" "I'm fairly certain it's to have no more portals opened." She chuckled. "I mean, have you figured out why? What did Jack Rose say?" Basin sighed. "I only had the chance to speak with him once so far, and we didn't get into the theory of how energy is related to portals, or how someone might detect them. I'll speak with him again tomorrow. This time, I'll have more information to bring to him, depending on what we find on the other side of the portal." "I would like to be there, Basin. I know you think it's dangerous, and you might be right, but I know more about portals and the Akrel stone than you do. I should be able to help." He shook his head. letting his regret show. The more people who come with us, the more likely we'll be seen or heard. I want to ensure that if someone finds us, they do so because they could feel the opening of a portal. Then we'll have found the murderer. And you're worried about me, she realized. Yes. This feels too inauspicious. I haven't made a portal since the night Nick died. If nothing happens tonight, I'll feel much better about the idea of showing you the spell next time. That's fair. She finally sat down beside him. The brush of her shoulder against his stirred something in his chest. The news about your father couldn't have been better. I haven't known you long, but that was the most excited I've seen you, when you jumped up at the stadium. I didn't realize how much I missed him until then. You saw him every moment of every day for months. You can't miss someone until you're separated. He lightened his tone. So that's why I miss you so frequently. We spend too much time apart. We should change that. He gave her a half grin. She patted his hand. I'm afraid my company isn't worth much these days while I'm grieving. I can't think about anything else but that one evening over and over, the attack on the castle, my great-uncle's body on the floor, my mother. Her words got caught as her features collapsed in sorrow. He quickly brought his arm around her. See what I mean? She half sobbed, half chuckled as she rested her head on his shoulder. Not very good company. He held her firmly but gently, giving her the silence she seemed to want. I'm not ready for another war, she eventually said, her voice regaining some of its usual fortitude. I wasn't even ready for the first war. I don't feel ready either. She straightened and gazed into his eyes. Her crying had ceased. Why don't you seem scared? He reluctantly let his arm drop. I am worried. No, scared, like the rest of us. I don't know. Maybe something's wrong with me, he quipped. She laughed and put her head back on his shoulder. If so, I wish the same thing was wrong with me. His arm naturally came to hold her once again. I just wish I had more time to learn everything I want to, without the risk of being murdered. They sat together in silence, Basin enjoying her proximity. He offered his free hand, and she slid her fingers into it. He let go of his worries as he focused on the feeling of her touch. It was soothing to be overwhelmed by someone so gentle and beautiful, so sweet and caring. Alabel was the balance his body craved after everything he'd endured. After blissful minutes went by, Basin couldn't delay any longer. I must be going, he said as he let go of her and started toward the door. Thank you. She took in a long breath. I needed that. He smiled. So did I. She took a long look at his face, as if memorizing every detail. Be careful. He did the same with hers, drinking in her warm brown eyes and tender lips. I will. The impulse to feel her lips against his stopped him from moving. She tilted her head and wore a look as if she knew what he was thinking. He walked toward her. She stood and reached out for his face as he came close. Their lips came together, intense at first, then softly as they parted. Basin seemed to be the first one there, and took the opportunity to explore every possible hiding place in and around the training area and the adjacent classroom. Just to ensure no one could climb the wall, he set down the sheath with the metal sword his father had recommended he purchase and tried his footing. It only took a moment to realize no one could climb it, though there might be some men who could jump and grab onto the 10-foot apex and pull themselves up. He gave it an attempt, just to see how far his hand was from the top. It was a good foot below. The sound of Effie's laughter turned him around. "What are you doing?" she asked. Alex was at her side. "Keep your voice down," Basin reminded her. "We don't want anyone hearing us. If someone comes by, we want to know it's the murderer." She rolled her eyes. Were you seeing if someone could jump high enough to reach the top? I was. Can Cleve? Basin asked them. Alex answered, maybe with enough bestial energy boosting his legs. Warriors use bestial energy? Basin had never heard such a thing, meaning it was unlikely that Tenred's warriors could do it. Only the most talented ones. BE is part of why he can finish 3 laps around the field before anyone else, even at his size. So, meditation and casting portals aren't the only things I should be learning. Effie let out an exaggerated shush. Better keep our voices down, she whispered with a smile. Can't let anyone but the portal-sniffing murderer find us. Basin gave no reply toward her lack of caution as he put on his belt and drew his sword for a practice swing. You both brought your weapons? Alex drew his sword while Effie took out her black wand and the Acrel bracelet, still enclosed in the block of Sartius energy, from her pocket. With a brush of her wand, the green energy broke into dust, leaving just the bracelet. It brightened the entire training area. Basin carefully picked it up by one corner and tied it onto his wrist. The potential power of the stone abated his dread as he mentally readied himself to make a portal. I'm not going to use the extra energy from the Acrel stone yet, he explained. I was just about to warn you not to, Alex agreed. So I'm the only one who doesn't want to wait? Effie asked. It isn't prudent to start with a burst of energy that'll take more than a day to recoup, Basin said. Not when I can make a mistake. I'm not talking about prudence. I'm talking about excitement. But fine. Start with a normal portal. Alex shushed her playfully, but then she shushed him right back, going to her toes to stick her face close to his. He laughed as he pulled her finger away from her lips and gave her a quick kiss. Basin, meanwhile, gathered the necessary cluster of bestial energy. Get ready, he warned them. Effie crouched and collected sand in her fist. Basin let the energy disperse. What are you doing? What else could you mean by get ready? I was going to throw something through the portal to see if it works. At first it seemed like a terrible idea, but the more Basin thought about it, the more he realized she was right. He gathered the energy once again, then felt for the familiar heaviness. He squeezed his mind into it at the center of the bestial energy, a feeling like prying into hardened mud. It began to crack, allowing him deeper within it and giving him a better grasp. Once he had enough leverage, he ripped open a black sphere. Nothing could be seen within it. Basin held it steady as he raised his head to look down from above, finding utter blackness. It's the Tenred oven, he grunted out through the strain of holding the portal open. No one should be in the kitchen at this time. Effie hurled sand at the sphere. The grains went in and did not come out. Shit, Basin, Alex whispered, barely containing his excitement. It really is a damn portal. Basin could feel the destination of the portal in his mind. It was like falling into a memory. He tried to change it to the training center in Oakshin, but his mind was locked on the oven. It felt as if he were trapped in a dream, the kind where he realized he was in fact dreaming, yet still couldn't escape. He tested a footstep. Yes, he could move. He just didn't have the power to alter the portal or move it once it was open. He couldn't hold it open any longer, so he let go. It had been about the size of his fist when it closed in on itself, and he wasn't sure he could make it much bigger without the Acrel stone. While he regained his breath, he explained what he'd tried. See if you can make the portal lead to the training center in Oakshin now, Alex said, then shook his fist. This is unbelievable. A real portal mage. You're going to be a legend. Effie grabbed their shirts. We must be included in the history of this moment. The mage and warrior who helped Basin discover it. She lifted her palm poetically. And then Effie Elegant cast the first grains of sand through the portal, proving its existence. Basin and Alex turned to her and bowed. acknowledging that without her brilliance, none of this could have happened."
Alex raised his hand in mimicry. "And then Alex told Effie to—" He spun and shushed her. She flicked his finger away from his lips so that it came back and smacked him in the face. Basin let them have their fun as he got ready for the next portal. This time he imagined himself back in Warrender Training Center as he created it. The portal was black, but with streaks of light within the sphere. "The training center's closed," Alex said, "but there must be some light coming in from windows of shops nearby." "I want to stick my finger into it," Effie said, "but I know it's a bad idea." Basin noticed her looking around for something to use instead. "Should have brought a damn stick. I'm not putting my expensive wand in there." "Can you make it any bigger?" Alex asked. Basin heaved, feeling the strain in his mind while it burned in his chest. The sphere went from the size of his fist to the size of one hand wrapped around his fist. He couldn't hold it for longer than a breath, though, and exhaled sharply as it collapsed and disappeared. Alex clasped his back. "I don't know how you're doing this, but it's amazing." "Thank you. I'm going to try to make a portal that leads to another one about 10 yards from here," Basin said. He was too eager to let himself fully recover. It took a few moments to get his mind wrapped around the idea. He pictured himself standing at a mirror 10 yards away, so that as he made one portal in front of his wand, another would appear ahead of him, where the imaginary mirror stood. He gathered the bestial energy, then quickly pulled open the portal. "Bestial hell!" Effie exclaimed, and Alex quickly shushed her. Basin leaned to the side to see that 2 black spheres had been created, both with images of the sand, the walls, and the starry sky. Suddenly something flew out of the one near him. It struck him in the face as he shrieked and tumbled backward, swiping at his cheeks and forehead to get it off him. Effie's laughter made him stop and realize it was just sand. "God's mercy, Effie! I thought bugs from another world were attacking me." She snickered as she hopped over and threw her arms around him in an apologetic hug. "I couldn't resist. We had to test if it would work anyway." "Effie," Alex chided with a smile. "I know. Shh." Basin pushed down his palms to seriously request quiet. The 3 of them listened for any sounds, but the night was dead quiet, as it should be around the classrooms at this time. They walked over and sat together with the training dummies behind them, Basin catching his breath while Effie and Alex held hands. After a long silence, Effie finally spoke. "I've seen many amazing things. The underground Sligari colony, giant Dodrix fighting each other, the chasm of the Fajalajan Mountains. But none compares to this, something so small. You must practice, Basin. This is an incredible skill." "There's one problem with that." She fluttered her hand. "I know, you think someone can tell when you make them and wants you dead for it. But we've been out here a while now, and there's no one." She pushed herself up. "See if you can make a portal into the castle in Cairo City. Imagine if we could get to Tawin." He got up and attempted to make one leading into Alabel's former quarters, for it was the room he could remember the best. It wouldn't work. He could feel the heavy energy there in front of him, but it wouldn't open no matter how hard he tried. It needs to be somewhere where bestial energy has been pulled in on itself many times, somewhere mages have practiced in the past. "Is that the only limitation?" Alex asked. "Can you make a portal to somewhere you've never been?" "I've practiced in Alex's room many times," Effie said. "Try to make a portal there, even though you've never been there." Basin lifted his left arm, only to let it fall to his side. "I can't. I have to see where the portal leads before I can make it. Just imagine your room, but with Alex's belongings in it." He tried, but it didn't work. "I have to be able to see it or remember what it looks like. Maybe I could get it to work if I knew there was a familiar object or person within the space.
That way I could just think of them when I make the portal. But there's something else I want to test first. I'm wondering if I need to have visited the place first before making a portal there. Why would that be necessary? Alex asked. Hopefully it's not, but I'm getting the sense it might be. Let me explain what I'm thinking. It seems to me that manipulating BE causes effects that we can't see, but are important to portals. There's a place in Tenred that I've seen many times, but I've never stood there. Once a year, there was a competition for mages in a stadium not too different from Redfield. I would watch from the audience, probably 100 yards from the actual arena. Countless fireballs have been cast within the arena, so there shouldn't be a limitation on creating a portal there. But because I've never been inside, the BE my body creates has never been within the arena. This might prevent me from making a portal that leads there. Let's find out. Basin tried to cast the spell, but could not open the portal. It felt like trying to unlock a door with the wrong key. He shook his head. Alex paced as he stroked his chin, a slight smile of excitement never leaving his face. So you can only make a portal leading to where bestial energy has been used frequently before. And you must have been there before. Basin lifted his right arm. But with the Acherel Stone, who knows how those rules might be bent? An ominous silence followed as they stared at it. I fear what might happen if we try, Alex said. You're not alone in this thought. Effie folded her arms, taunting them with a disappointed look. Don't be cowards. What if the portal leads to another Acherel Stone in the possession of the murderer? Alex argued. What if Basin cannot close the portal? What if it's so enormous it sucks us in? We might not survive a trip through it. Wait. Shh. Effie gestured frantically for quiet. I think I hear something, she whispered. Basin felt something then, an added pressure on his mind, like a hand on his head, though weightless. Alex gritted his teeth. Psyche, he whispered. Chapter 30. So this is what it feels like to have a psychic latch onto my mind. I know he can't hear my thoughts, but can he read my emotions well enough to know I want to run? Their only exit was the absence of a fourth wall ahead of them. Basin drew his sword, holding it with his less skilled right hand so he could keep his wand in his left. Alex, with his own weapon in hand, snuck forward toward the exit. As Effie and Basin followed, their footsteps crunched loudly against the sand. He's somewhere nearby, Alex whispered, sensing our presence. I'm going to scream, Effie whispered. Then we run. I agree with that plan, Basin said. Alex halted and grasped the throwing dagger from his belt as he now stood halfway to the opening in the training area. But he might know who we are now. If we run, he'll come kill us while we sleep. He probably doesn't know, Effie spoke in a hurried murmur. Even Rila has trouble figuring out who she's sensing unless it's someone she spent a lot of time with. I say we run, Basin whispered. We go to the headmaster's apartment and figure out what to do from there. I agree, Effie said. Ready? At that moment, a figure shrouded in black darted around the corner ahead of them, a dagger of pure silver in his right hand, just like the one that had killed Nick. A hood shrouded his face, 2 holes in it for eyes, and one to let in air at the bottom. The 3 of them didn't have time to make a sound before he lifted his arm, striking them with a psychic spell of pain. Basin had never felt anything so agonizing as he collapsed, nearly impaling himself with his own weapon as his hands flew to shield his body. He couldn't even scream. The pain too immense. It felt as if every muscle were being ripped apart. He could feel nothing but the tearing sensation, not even fear, as the psychic ran at them without hesitation. Fight it! Alex grunted as he got to a knee and somehow managed to hurl a dagger at the attacker, who rolled to avoid it. The bastard was agile. Basin felt as if he would pass out from the pain any moment as his vision blurred. No way did he have the fortitude to resist the spell when it took all of his strength just to stay conscious. Just get one foot up at a time. His left came up first, but it shook so severely when he tried to put weight on it that tremors ran all the way up his body. He tried to reach for his wand that he dropped with his sword, all the while watching Alex fend off the psychic from his knees. Though nearly disabled from the pain, the warrior swung his sword to keep the murderer back. "Effie, shoot him!" Alex choked out. "I'm trying!" She'd gotten onto her knees, too, and now aimed her wand. Then she let out a shriek as she fought against the pain to gather bestial energy. Basin could feel it moving toward her. But the psychic turned and stomped a foot toward them, and a massive wave of pain knocked them flat. Basin writhed on the ground, his heart pounding as panic brought on the urge to vomit. If it was only him, he would have given up and accepted death. Then he wouldn't have to endure this another moment. But Effie and Alex needed him. Shaking and sweating, he grabbed his wand and screamed to focus. Bestial energy obeyed his will, but Alex couldn't hold back the agile attacker any longer, taking the silver dagger in his shoulder with a shriek. "Duck, Alex!" Basin screamed, noticing that Effie had her wand pointed in the same direction. Moving even slower now, Alex rolled away from the psychic. Basin and Effie fired at the same time, the double explosions against the darkness of night almost too bright to watch. Rather than dodge the fireballs, the psychic waved a hand, bringing it into a fist. As the burst of light faded, there was no fire to be seen, just streams of yellow and orange, as if a sun had simply come apart. Basin smelled the same thing as he had when Nick was killed, and as he tried to gather energy for another fireball, he could feel none around him. This was the destruction of bestial energy he'd suspected. Even the Acherel stone no longer produced a glow. But at least the pain had dulled. The psychic spell was over, though Basin felt worse than he had when he'd finished 3 laps around Warrior's Field. He struggled to get to his feet, his heart still pounding. He and Effie struggled toward Alex, but the gash in the warrior's shoulder was deeper than Basin first realized, forcing Alex to move his weapon to his left hand. Before he could attempt an attack, the psychic easily maneuvered around behind him. In one swift motion, the psychic ripped the blade across Alex's throat as he tried to turn around. Alex dropped his sword as Effie screamed his name and ran toward him. His hands came over his gaping wound as he collapsed onto the ground. Basin hurried to get in front of Effie, his sword ready. The pain was gone, adrenaline readying him for battle. Basin charged as the psychic took Alex's sword from the sand. Basin didn't know how long the disruption of bestial energy would last, but he needed to kill the psychic before he could cast another spell. He was vaguely aware of Effie yelling Alex's name, screaming for him to hold on for help. Basin's first attack was narrowly dodged, and he easily blocked the psychic's counterattack. Already he could tell he was the stronger swordsman. He just needed to act quickly. But the psychic backed away as he fought, soon focusing fully on defense, as if realizing he wasn't Basin's equal. The psychic made a quick strike at Basin's stomach, the first sign of offense, but Basin swatted it away hard enough to take the weapon out of his opponent's hand. Then the psychic turned and fled. "He's here!" Basin yelled as he ran to catch up. "The murderer's here!" "Basin!" Effie's ear-piercing shriek stopped him. "Help me!" Basin ran back to the training area, realizing then it would have been foolish to chase the murderer. Soon the psychic would have been able to use bestial energy to disable Basin again. "Help me get him to the medical building!" Effie screamed, but the petite mage wasn't as strong as Sonya. Terrible memories of carrying Nick came flooding back. Alex was heavier than Nick as well. Effie could barely keep hold of his bottom half, giving Basin no good leverage to hold the rest of Alex's body as his feet dragged. The warrior was still alive, his hands clasped around his neck. Basin ripped off his shirt and pressed it over the wound, and Alex put his hands over it. Basin took the taller man fully in his arms, carrying him like a bride. "Staunch the bleeding as much as you can," he told Effie, who helped Alex hold the shirt over his wound. "You're going to live, Alex!" Basin screamed as he ran. "The medical building is close." His speed was almost too much for Effie to stay with him, so he slowed just enough so she could maintain hold of his shirt. The freezing night air ripped at his skin as Alex gasped and choked and then gurgled. Basin shifted him to sit up as much as possible while still running. The warrior was strong and heavy, a boulder in his arms. Basin's legs started to wobble as he pushed his body to the utmost limit. His arms began to shake. He could see the medical building ahead, though, a blissful sight with lamplight pouring out of the windows. His vision had begun to blur by the time they made it inside. Someone yelled something unintelligible, and then they were taking Alex from Basin's arms. He staggered, feeling as if he couldn't breathe, suddenly aware that his heart hadn't slowed since the psychic spell had sent it galloping faster and harder than he'd ever felt in his life. He spotted a chair and tried to fall into it. He awoke lying flat on his back. People hovered over him he didn't recognize, third years by the looks of them. One turned and announced that he was awake. Stefan came through the small crowd. "How are you feeling, Basin?" He tried to sit up, but dizziness stopped him halfway, and he lay back down. "Fine. Is Alex all right?" "The best healers are helping him right now," Stefan said. "Many students heard shouts. Some came straight to the medical building, while others went to fetch instructors. I was on my way back from meeting with Jack. After I arrived, Effie told me what happened." Basin sat up, closing his eyes to fight against the dizziness. "How is she?" "Worried. You can see her in a moment. I just need to make sure you're not going to faint again and crack your skull." "I'm fine." Basin swung his legs over what appeared to be a medical bed, and the third years got out of his way, a couple holding onto his arms, however. Someone lent him a shirt. He thanked the man as he threw it on. Students continued to help him unnecessarily as he walked down the hall, where he found Effie seated outside a closed door. She stood and ran forward to hug him. "Thank you, everyone," Stefan said. "We've done everything we can here. Can two of you make sure Taryn has been notified? The rest of you should probably go to sleep, if you can." A young man and woman volunteered to tell Taryn. The rest left after Basin and Effie assured them they didn't need anything else. With one arm still around Effie, Basin asked her, "What did the healers say about Alex?" "They think he was able to drink some Caragolo, which is a good sign, but he's lost a lot of blood and continues to lose more. They're trying to close the gash in his throat. You weren't out for long." Her hold on him tightened. "You got him here so fast. He might live because of you." Stefan encouraged them to sit down. "We must talk about the incident." "Why so soon?" Effie asked. "Because there might be clues in your memory as to who did this. It must be difficult with Alex in there, possibly dying. But try to ignore that for the moment." Effie's face scrunched in anger. "Stefan, I love you, but you're the worst person to be here right now. I might have to hit you if you say something else like that about Alex." "I'm sorry, Eff. I'll try to be more sensitive. You know these situations are difficult for me." He awkwardly touched her arm. "I care about him, too." "And so do I," Basin added. "But Stefan's right. The murderer revealed a lot tonight." "What?" Effie asked. "I can think of nothing." "Well, for one thing, he might be a she. I believe I was about 3 or 4 inches taller. I assume there aren't more than 100 men in the academy that match that lesser height." "Do you believe she's someone in the academy?" Effie asked. "I do, because we have too many wall guards for someone to slip by them, and I find it even less likely for someone outside our walls to have felt me making a portal. A swarm of fear invaded his chest. Stefan said that you told the people here in the medical building everything already. Did you tell them about the portal? She nodded. Everything I could remember. Basin, whoever it is knows you're the one making them now. I didn't see the reason to keep it a secret. She's right, Stefan said. But Effie being right didn't help relieve his fear. So now the murderer knows what I can do. We'll find whoever it is, Effie assured him. Is there anything else you can tell us? Stefan asked. This woman cannot only detect portals, Basin said. She's willing to kill to keep them from opening. Stefan, you and Jack would know better than anyone why someone would do this, Effie said. We've been speaking about it, but we've yet to come to a theory. Keep going, Basin. What else about this woman can you tell us? She's obviously a psychic, and she does have the ability to destroy, or at least change bestial energy enough so that mages and psychics cannot use it. After she did that, she could no longer hurt us with Psyche. Effie, did you smell it? Yes, it was like a stale potion. Stefan pulled over a chair and knelt as he rolled out a scroll on it. Then he began to write. I don't think she expected 3 of us, Basin continued. Probably came to the training area ready to kill the caster, but then stopped at the sound of our voices. Then she took the time to try to sense who we were, which is when we felt the Psyche. What do you think, Effie? She stared at the ground, her wavy black hair covering her face. Basin put his hand on her back, and she wiped away a tear as she lifted her head. She looked as if she hadn't heard him. That sounds right to me, Stefan said, continuing to scribble. Effie began to breathe loudly, her inhales shaky, her exhales quick. Basin rubbed her back, but it didn't seem to alleviate her panic. Suddenly she stood up. I need to see him. I need to, in case I don't ever get another chance. Stefan jumped up and put both arms around her in an awkward embrace. You'll get to see him soon. After he's dead, Effie thrashed, and Stefan let her go. Basin was confused. Had Effie been exaggerating when she made it seem like Alex would live? Now crying heavily, she tried the door, but found it locked. She began to pound. Let me see him! Effie, Basin put his hand on her shoulder. No matter what Alex's chances were, her bursting into the room wouldn't help. She pushed him away and then kicked the door. Open it! Get away from the door, someone yelled from inside. I'm trying to concentrate. She kicked even harder. Basin asked Stefan, Are all of the healers in that room? All 3 who were on duty. Finally, the door flew inward. Effie ran in but covered her mouth and sank to her knees at the sight of Alex sprawled out in front of her, bloody and completely still. There were 3 men in long coats that used to be white now, but were stained red. One was hovering over Alex's neck, blocking the view. Another was leaning in from the other side. The third was handing a tool to the second while screaming over his shoulder. Get the hell out of here! I want to see him! Effie reached out for something to help her up, and Basin grabbed her hand. If he's going to die, I want to see him first, she choked out. He will die if you distract us now. Get out! That means he's still alive, F, Stefan said. Basin swept her up, and she didn't fight him as he carried her out of the room. Outside he tried to get her to sit, but she just stood and watched around the edge of the partially open door. Everything the healers said could be heard clearly. He's still losing blood. We have to close the wound better. The care glow should be working by now. He must have swallowed less than we thought. Give him more. Alex, blink if you can hear us. Effie stood on her toes, swaying back and forth in hopes of a better glimpse. Basin watched over her head as one of the healers grabbed a vial of silver liquid and held it to Alex's lips. Basin couldn't see if Alex drank because too many white-red coats were in the way. Get the gauze. He's bleeding through the stitches again. As Basin listened closely, he could hear soft coughs and then a pained, choking sound. "Sit him up!" The coats parted, and the first glimpse of Alex came through as they got him upright. He was pale, limp. His eyes had rolled back in his head. If it wasn't for his gurgling sounds, Basin would have assumed he was dead already. Basin knew Effie saw all of the same things he did, and quickly put himself in front of her. She cried into his chest as he enveloped her with his arms. Stefan grabbed the door and managed to get it shut. Basin put Effie into a chair and knelt beside her as she cried. "He'll live," he said, using a strong voice in hopes of convincing himself as well. It wasn't long before the healers opened the door. Much too short of a time for good news. Basin's heart climbed up into his throat. Effie gazed up at them, appearing too weak to stand. The three had long faces. "I'm sorry," the middle one said. "The cut was just too deep and too long." Effie slid off her chair and puddled to the ground. "No!" She put her hands over her face, continuing to choke out the same word between sobs. "No! No! No!" Basin had been strong for Effie, but now his own sadness overtook him. He came down beside Effie, tears running heavily down his cheeks as he put his arms around her. Chapter 31. "Sonia!" Alabel yelled from the hall. "Damn woman's hearing is too good." "What?" Sonia could hear Alabel running toward her room. There was only time to get her shoes off before she jumped into bed and pulled the covers up to her chin. Her door burst open. Alabel jumped in wielding a dagger and throwing looks in every direction. Sonia forced a laugh. "What are you doing, mad woman?" "I thought I heard someone come in through the window." Alabel ran to it and peered out. "No one came in through my window." But she didn't seem to hear Sonia, crouching to look under the bed, then opening Sonia's wardrobe while ready to strike with her dagger. "Alabel, go back to sleep." "You didn't hear anything?" she asked incredulously. "Only you screaming my name. I told you, I sleep deeply." "Well, get up and help me check if someone's hiding in your room. I know I heard the window open and shut. Was that you?" Damn this woman's ears. Sonia couldn't get up until Alabel left. "I would have been better off with the psychic." Sonia regretted altering Anna's bestial energy during the loyalty test to make it seem like Anna was lying. Sonia didn't want to have to constantly alter her own bestial energy to keep Anna from discovering the truth about her, but it still might have been easier than living with the jumpy Alabel. "You're hearing things. No one's in my room but me. I'm going back to sleep. Shut the door after you, please." Alabel took a deep breath as she glanced around the room one last time. "Fine. But call me if you hear anything strange." Sonia forced out a giggle. "I'm the warrior of this house. I'm supposed to be the one protecting you, chemist. Just promise me." "If you let me get back to sleep." "Very well, warrior of the house. Sleep well." Alabel left the door open. "Shut it behind you," Sonia called. "But then it's harder to hear if someone comes into your room." "Shut it!" Alabel obeyed. Sonia listened as her footsteps receded down the hall and then culminated with the shutting of her bedroom door. Sonia finally let herself breathe, inhaling sharply and exhaling quickly. She was feeling faint from restricting it for so long. As quietly as possible, she got out of bed and hurried to remove her black robe. She'd lost another knife. There was only one left now, but it was enough for what she needed to do. She felt along the base of her wardrobe until her fingers came to the familiar gap. She pried off the chunk of wood, then grabbed the handle beneath it and lifted. Light poured out of the secret compartment, the Acherel bracelet its source. She made a fist over it, and the glow was gone. She took out a vial of Safley potion and had a swig. Then she put it back, stuffed her black robe down on top of everything, and put the door back in place with the floorboard on top of it. She checked her hands for blood and was relieved to find none. The gloves sewn into her black robe must have caught any that came from Alex's throat. It was much less messy this time than when she'd killed Nick. Fortunately, Basin had needed her help transporting Nick to the medical building, giving her the perfect excuse for the blood that had stained her arms and hands. Sonya stripped, quietly dressed in her nightgown, and got back into bed. Soon the Safley would send her into the dream world, where she would repair the damage Basin had done by making his portals. She could feel herself drifting away, while her anger fought to keep her awake. Even though she'd promised herself she wouldn't befriend any of these walking corpses, she'd somehow let herself become close with Basin. Now it would be difficult to kill him. But she couldn't let her emotions weaken her. She'd already come this far. I didn't suffer through all of my father's experiments and torturous training to lead a normal life. He has plans for me, and I will see most of them done. But not even he knows everything I'm capable of. She always reminded herself of this whenever a problem arose, as it had now with Basin. A portal mage was not in the script, especially not one she might be able to call friend. She ignored the thought, focusing instead on what was important. My future husband is even less aware of my abilities than my father. But Towin actually cares for me. He worried I'd get myself killed when I told him I'd joined the academy as a spy. I could feel his fear was genuine. However, she still didn't believe a man who would poison his own father was capable of love. But it seemed even less likely that she was, so she didn't judge. She wondered if Towin would kill her if he found out she'd shared a room with the last remaining cur and let her live. It won't matter. Soon the academy will fall, and my father and future husband will be pleased. I might not be able to save those who die defending the academy, but I will avenge their deaths and right every wrong my father has done. The pull of sleep of the Safley potion began to take her toward the spiritual world. I know you ache, Mother. I'll heal you soon, and then I'll put an end to the portals that keep threatening to tear you from me. But there was one last thing she needed to figure out before she succumbed to sleep. Was there any chance Basin recognized her fighting style from their time in Tenred during the brief moment their swords had clashed tonight? She'd sensed no signs of recognition at the time, though she would have to see him again to make sure. He wouldn't be able to hide his feelings from her. It could prove difficult if he did think it was her, and then caught her trying to get in through his window. Was the window really her best option? She tried to think it through, but she couldn't fight off sleep any longer. She would find a way to kill Basin soon. Then she would leave the academy before it came under attack. End of Book 1. This has been Kin of Kings Series Book 1, written by B.T. Naro, narrated by Brad C. Wilcox. Copyright 2015 by B.T. Naro. Production copyright 2015 by B.T. Naro.